I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, big in the enemy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. It's time to kick off my favorite week of the season because I picked them to win Series Z. It's Intel Week. It's week number 8 here of Series Z, and I'm so excited to be here once again. My name is Yeso. As always, I am your host. I'll be here throughout the day breaking down everything going on with all of our games. We've got awesome action tonight. It's open night, and I'm looking forward to it. But for those of you that are new, I just want to break down exactly how Series E works. Okay, Series E, Apex Legends is an open circuit, okay? A professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified through for this season, either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all 9 of those squads have been drafted and signed by our 9 partner brands, and every single player now makes $750 a month salary, as well as competes weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and then every Wednesday against some of the best pros from all across North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA or use exclamation point sign up for your shot at being a future Series E Pro. I'm super excited for this week. Team Intel sitting in first place and coming into their sponsored week. They're looking to build on the lead that they already have and are hoping to return to their winning ways. But to start off the show, as we always do, we've got our favorite game show to play here, and it is Deal or Steal. And considering it's Intel Week, I've got a very special guest ready to join me. He leads the way for Team Intel on the kill charts and brought them to a big victory in GLL earlier this week. We'll talk to him about that later on in the show today, but I'm joined by Verhulst. Happy Tuesday, my man. Welcome to the show. Thanks so much for joining me.
Yo, thank you for inviting me here.
Hey, always a pleasure to get to hang out with you guys. You've had an incredible season so far, and hopefully we can have an incredible start to Intel Week here with some Deal or Steal. I want to explain the show, though, for everybody at home. Okay, I've got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes from all of our partners. Okay, to start the show, Verhulst is going to pick one of those 20 crates. We'll set it aside for later on. We will then go through multiple rounds of opening and eliminating these crates. At the end of each round, I will have a deal that Verhulst can either take or he can elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we get to the end of all of the rounds and he hasn't taken any of my deals, we'll crack open the crate he chose to start and win what is inside. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds good.
All right, let's do it. Let's get the game up on the board. I got crates 1 through 20. I got a bunch of awesome prizes. I got snack packs from a bunch of our partners, some great Razer products, even some Apex coins and some Esports Arena swag up there as well. But what is that lucky crate going to be, Verhulst?
Let's go with 18.
Number 18. All right, we're going to set that one aside. We got awesome prizes up here. What is kind of the chase prize here? What's the one you're really looking to take home today?
It's got to be the Xbox.
Yeah, that brand new Xbox
no-brainer.
Series S. I don't blame you on that one. Also, shout out to one of your opponents in Series E. I'm just Gibby in Twitch chat saying, why is Verhulst so handsome? Gibby, I don't know. My man just showing up. He's looking good today. He's looking good in that Intel jersey. And hopefully we're looking good for a big win here on Deal or Steal. Round 1, we got to open 9 crates. So let's just start rattling them off one by one.
Let's go with 7.
All right. We'll start with number 7 up to that second row here. Need a big start.
12.
Let's go one by one. We're going to pick them. We're going to open them. We're going to see what's inside. Then we'll go next. That's a Series E jersey of your choice. The nice thing, Verhulst already got the Series E drip. He's rocking the Intel jersey right now. We're actually matching, both wearing the black one. So I appreciate the coordination there. You want to go with number 12 next?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go number 12. We're looking to hit a lot of the white tiers here early. It's a lot of those snack packs. Some water from Splash. Ooh, the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros. That one's going to hurt a little bit there. Okay, what's next?
Let's go with 5.
Number 5. Back up to the second row. Had a good start. Picked the Series E jersey of your choice first in this row. And he's going to find the Pop-Tarts pack here this time around. So that's a good pull there. 3 down, 6 more to go.
Great pull. All right, we'll go with 20. 20 next.
Number 20. All right, down to that bottom right-hand corner. Still got a Razer keyboard available. We got the Xbox still on the table. And that's going to be one of those 2 $50 Walmart gift cards. That could definitely stack you up with some snacks.
I'll go with 17 now.
17. All right, down to the bottom left-hand corner. Number 20. Treated my man well. Can 17 do the same this time around? It's going to be the other Series E jersey of your choice. We'll save that for some of the fans that win a shot to come and play Deal or Steal with me. Verhulst knocks off both of the jerseys. What's up next?
4.
Number 4 up to the top row. Haven't touched it yet. Hoping to find maybe a Pringles pack, maybe a Rockstar pack up here. It's going to be 2,150 Apex coins. Do you have all of the heirlooms, Verhulst?
I actually have no heirlooms.
You have no heirlooms. Okay, so maybe, you win some Apex coins today. Maybe there's some heirloom shards in your future.
All right, let's go with 3.
Okay, number 3. Number 4 was a good pull. Number 3 hoping to be much of the same. This one's going to be the Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks pack. That's what we're looking for. That is a great place to be here with just a couple more to open. It should be, just 2 more before my first deal.
Okay, let's go with 2.
Number 2, we're sticking to that top row. I like this trend. Can we keep the momentum rolling? That one's going to sting a little bit. Esports Arena Mystery Box. There's still one of those on the table, though, if you're looking to deck yourself out in some Esports Arena swag. Last one of the first round. Is it going to be number 1?
No, we're going to keep number 1. We're going to go with number 19.
Number 19. All right, we're going to close out that bottom row. 18 set aside. Let's crack open number 19. What do we got here? It's going to be a splash water pack. Perfect finish there to round number 1. Bit of a stumble, some good prizes off the board, but still a couple of chonkers there at the bottom right hand of your screen. So my first deal of the day. Hey, you said you have no heirlooms. I'd like to help you work on that collection, get you some Apex crates. So I got 2,150 Apex coins here for your first deal. Are you thinking you want to take the Apex coins and go home, or you want to stay steal and keep playing? Maybe the deal gets better. Maybe that Xbox is hiding inside number 18.
I'm going to go with steal.
Okay.
I'm going to go with steal.
Okay.
Not ready for an heirloom just yet.
Hey, Verhulst has given off nothing but confidence this entire season. It would surprise me if he took a deal here and didn't just go the distance. As long as there's good stuff on the table, I think he's going to keep running with it. But we'll see. Round number 2 here. We eliminated 9 the first time around, 6 this time. So let's open up 6 crates this time.
Let's go with 8.
Number 8, he says. Back down to that second row. We're hoping to start strong here. We're looking for a white tier prize, and we found one. It's the Rockstar pack. Set that one aside. That's a great way to kick off round 2. Let's keep it moving.
11.
Number 11, all right. And inside, that's the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. That one's going to hurt. The Xbox still up there, but
man, that one stings.
Would love to outfit you with a new keyboard over at your new setup, but that's okay.
We'll go with 13.
Number 13. Is it going to be lucky number 13? Or are we going to see Jason popping out of the box? Nope, it's the Cheez-It pack. That is a lucky crate number 13. That one's going to pay off for Verhulst. Okay. We're getting back into
Let's
it.
Try
here.
out 16.
16, all right. Inside number 16 is going to be, oh, it's the Xbox Series S.
Unfortunate.
It was inside of number 16. That one's going to hurt. We still got 2 more this round. We got to finish strong here. I'd love to give you a good deal, but we've kind of stumbled here a bit. Last couple crates. 2 more to go though.
All right, we'll go with 10.
Number 10. He's hoping there's still the Rice Krispies Treats pack on the table, still the Pringles pack, and not anymore. Verhulst finds the Pringles pack there inside a crate number 10. And the last one of the round. Where are we going?
15.
15. We need a strong finish to this round. And, oh no! 6,700
My
Apex
heirloom.
coins. The heirlooms seeming further and further away. Okay, wow, that was a rough finish to the round. You were able to knock off one more white tier there at the end, but the keyboard, the Xbox, and that big Apex coins prize off. So, my next deal here, I want to make sure you got plenty of energy throughout your day, especially when you're coming into Series E. It's a long night. You got 6 games to play, so I want to send you a Rockstar pack. Make sure you got plenty of energy. Make sure you're hydrated. So I want to send you a Rockstar pack here. Now, let me explain. If you don't take this deal, we have one more round where we'll open 3 crates. I will have then one final deal for you. And then if you don't take that one, we open up crate number 18. So what are you thinking?
I think we go for a steal here.
Okay. Verhulst says steal. Still some good prizes up on the board. He can get that $50 Walmart gift card, an Esports Arena mystery box. There's still some Apex coins on the board. So 1, 6, 9, and 14. 3 of those got to go.
Let's go with 9.
Number 9, he says. All right. Number 10. Paid off. Can number 9 do the same? He will. Yes, the splash water pack hiding inside of number 9. So we found one of those white tiers remaining. Go. What's next?
Let's go for 6.
Number 6. Let's see what is inside crate number 6. We're hoping to keep those Apex coins on the table, and we will, though that's the Esports Arena mystery box.
I was looking for that one.
Okay. All right.
Unfortunate.
Duplex in chat. He fumbled the bag, man. It's all right, Duplex. Hey, better he fumbles the bag now and not when you guys are playing games tonight. So he's getting the fumbles out now.
All right, we're going to get rid of 14.
14. You protected one earlier. I asked you, like, we get rid of one. You said, no, we're going to set that one aside. We're going to save it. So number 14, what do we got inside 14? It's the Rice Krispies Treats pack. Okay. So now you're in a very interesting spot. 1 and 18, all that's left. $50 Walmart gift card, still available. 2,150 Apex coins, also still available. And I'm going to meet you somewhere in the middle. You actually said you kind of had your eyes on it after the Xbox was off of the table. I got an Esports Arena mystery box. We'll send you out some extra swag. You already got the jerseys. We'll deck you out from head to toe here. Esports Arena mystery box. What are you thinking? Are you taking it, or do you want to open up and see what's inside number 18?
I'm thinking this is a deal.
Thinking it's a deal?
Curious to see what's in the mystery box.
All right, let's lock it in. Verhulst says he's going to take the mystery box. It's still going to be a secret for now, but we will be sending you an awesome Esports Arena prize package there. Just for curiosity's sake, let's see what was inside of number 18. You picked this one at the start of the show, and it was the Apex coins. You know, it was a win-win no matter what. You were either going to hopefully get some progress towards those heirlooms, but you walk away with some awesome Esports Arena swag. So, Verls, thank you so much for joining me, man. For those of you who are sticking around through the show, don't miss halftime today. Verhulst is actually going to come back and join me once again. We're going to talk about the GLL Arenas tourney, what's going on tonight, and how they're feeling this week. Verhulst, thanks so much. Best of luck tonight. Looking forward to talking to you later.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on here.
Always a pleasure, my man. That's Verhulst, one of our Series E pros competing for Team Intel this season. They're currently sitting in first place. And again, as I mentioned earlier, looking to build on a strong lead in the standings right now. They've got a tough test, some great teams coming out tonight, and especially tomorrow when we have Pro Night, but it is going to be a ton of fun. I believe that we are ready to get things underway. We got 6 games ahead of us. We got a couple of awesome casters on the desk today, and I'm going to hand it off to them. I'll be back again to break down all the action after every single game, but let's get Intel Week underway.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Series E.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends?
Series E. Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome guys to Series E. We got Tom back in for the show. T-Squared, great to have you back. How was Twitch Rivals?
It was good. I wish that I would have practiced a little more once they dropped an extra $100,000 on the prize pool. And I was like, oh, okay. I guess I probably should have put in a little more time into this Halo game that I played. But, you know, we're here for some Apex. It was interesting to see. Dealer Steal. I love Dealer Steal. And also, we know the mystery box could contain Tyler's CEO bathwater, which we know is the elixir of life. Immediately, you don't miss a shot once you drink it.
Now, see, the issue is you got to turn that bathwater into an NFT, and then, you know, everyone's going to really want that. Yeah, we are here for Intel Week, by the way. And so it's week 8. We have 5 weeks, including this week, left to go here in Series E. So we need to see a lot of teams start stepping it up. And typically, we see them really perform here on the open nights. We have 9 of our partnered squads facing off against 11 open registration teams that are really looking to make a name for themselves. And one of the teams that did so well last week was Absolute Monarchy. Of course, players that we are used to, we've seen in Series E beforehand. And maybe we'll see a return when it comes to Season 4. So let's go ahead and talk about the action that's going to be breaking down tonight. We, of course, will be playing out 6 matches on World's Edge. This is the latest iteration of World's Edge as well. We have $500 on the line, with $350 going to first place and $150 going to second place. And then point distribution, nothing changes there. It's going to be 12 points for first place all the way down to 15th, which gets you 1 point. And every kill point matters as well. And typically, Tom, because it's open registration night, we see teams really favoring going for really frag heavy style and try to get a lot of kills in the early game.
Yeah, and the way that you do that is definitely playing the edge of the zone. And one of the teams that does that very well, we just saw Intel, we see Razor. These teams have been doing it for, you know, quite some time. But when we're looking at our open teams like Absolute Monarchy, what's so great is these teams have been playing in Series E for quite some time, just like you were talking about. And if they could just kind of tap in and play well consistently, this is definitely a team that's going to, you know, make some waves, right? Because there's some of our partner teams that have been, you know, struggling at certain points on the, you know, we've never really seen, you know, 18, 19th, 20 places. We've been seeing that, and that's just a testament to how strong our open teams are coming in.
Yeah, speaking of our open teams, let's go ahead and take a look at who our competitors are for today. So, of course, we do have our 9 partner teams: Applejack, Cheez-It, Intel, Splash, Pop-Tarts, Pringles, Razor, Crispy Treats, and Rockstar. But these are the teams that will be joining them tonight. And so we got 6XZs in the house, Sniper Meta, another squad we have to keep an eye out for, along with the Benchwarmers. So like you said, Tom, These are not players you mess with. We do have Absolute Monarchy in here, PSS there with Stomp, Sung, and Sleepy Panda. We'll see if they can recreate that. But these are still some very strong competitors. Notably, of course, I mean, taking a look at these names, we have finalists for the ALGS all across the board. And so we have plenty to field when it comes to just good players for our open registration night.
And we have the ALGS that's going to be starting back up in a couple of weeks as well. I think it's about 6 weeks when it's going to be going down when the first official tournament comes. So I'm looking at Benchwarmers. I'm wondering which org is going to sign this team, right? Because you were talking about winners. We've mentioned Sniper Meta, and there's a lot of really good teams in here. We see Sung, Stomp, Sleepy Panda as well, PSS. A lot of talented players here, definitely teams that are capable of winning in the ALGS, winning Series E today, and it's going to be exciting to see. I mean, Madness, Noct, and Rambo have been gelling week after week and getting better and better, so it's going to be tough for a lot of these teams to try to take them down.
Yeah, this is definitely, one of those moments for growth for Benchwarmers while they figure out exactly how they want to play things out. As a new roster as well, you kind of have to reestablish your drop zone, right? And so they're last time we saw them, they weren't playing off of Skyhook that we saw Madness be able to do for the better part of like a year and a half, right? And so it is a completely new way of playing the game, essentially, when you have to relearn your rotation timings, your looting timings, all that stuff. The fundamentals, you have to relearn them. And so I expect a lot of growth from them. Like you said, who's going to be signing them? And we have a lot of roster shakeups as well, even on the EMEA side, right? We saw Yuki now joining on board with Alliance, and Nasky and Strafe, Sir Dell ended up leaving Aqualix. They're going to be looking for a roster too. So these next 6 weeks before the ALGS, before the Pro League starts up, it's going to be a very interesting one. And I'm glad that here in NA, we have this opportunity here with Series E to provide competitive experience for teams and for our rosters moving forward.
Yeah, and you have Nasky, Badoli, the team that you were just talking about. Them together is definitely a deadly combo. They're going to be taking a lot of fights. But I want to piggyback off of the strategy for Madness and his team. Not going over to Skyhook is, going to be pretty good for them probably because they're going to be able to play a little bit unpredictable. I feel like when you're, going as CLG was in Skyhook over and over again, other teams kind of get an idea what you're going to be doing and what you're going to be rotating through. And a team that is next to you, like Team Liquid, Team Razor, if there was ever any given point in time where they kind of wanted to stop you from doing something, I feel like those teams are smart enough to realize where the rotations are coming from. So with the map changes to World's Edge with a new team, it kind of makes sense to find a new landing spot. And again, Series E is probably the best, if not the best spot by far to go and kind of, flex week to week and play at the highest level with cash on the line too. So it's an exciting time for Benchwarmers, and I'm glad to see that they're showing up every single week and taking their practice seriously.
Yeah, I mean, it was really frequent when we would see the old CLG with Madness at the helm, like how often they would run to Liquid, how often they would run to Two Brains, One Controller, or Team Razor on their rotations. And now, they're playing a little bit more central, I believe. We'll see throughout the course of the day, we do have 6 matches, of course, how they tend to play things out. The first showing here in Series E, they definitely showed up extremely well. Last week, Benchwarmers ended up in 6th place overall, but I mean, it was just Absolute Monarchy and Pop-Tarts really popping off in the lobby. And so, Benchwarmers still ended up in the middle of the pack. We'll see, though, week number 3, they worked out any of the mistakes maybe that they saw in their gameplay last week, but we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on them all night long. So Benchwarmers, PSS, or Absolute Monarchy there with Stomp, Sung, and Sleepy Panda. Like you said, these are players who are familiar with Series E and are familiar with how the content lobby changes when it comes to open night versus the pro night. And you have to really be able to play towards the lobby, right? I mean, I think that's a skill set in and of itself, especially, in the past when we had like the ALGS and the qualifiers, when you found those in those early lobbies. If you wanted to make sure you got out of the qualifiers, you have to play a little bit differently than you would in the finals. So I'm glad that we, provide this opportunity for a lot of teams, especially with the qualifications coming up as well. So a lot of these teams, we have to note, because they did change their rosters, they did not get a blanket invite into the league, so they are going to have to go through these qualifiers. So this is going to be an important vessel for that.
Yeah, there's a couple levels of what your expectations could potentially be with a team like Benchwarmers. Intel, Pop-Tarts, the teams that have been playing very, very well. Razer, for example, they're trying to get first place every single week. There's going to be other teams in here that are just trying to make it into the top 10 because that's what the format is when you need to go and qualify round after round. It's just, okay, well, I'm top 10 in my lobby. What's the other top 10 in that lobby? Then we get combined, and then you make it to a semifinals if you just continue to get top 10. And then you never know if you can actually make it into a finals. So there's a couple of different layers here for expectations for other teams, and there's other teams that are looking to win it all every single week. And I think that's what's so interesting is watching these players kind of continue to grow and get that confidence so they can see how they stand against all the other competition.
Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of growth, especially when it comes to our Series E partnered squads so far. We've seen, of course, Team Intel here on the open nights really open up, frag out. They've been slowing down a little bit, which does worry me because that also kind of carries over when it comes to the pro nights. But teams that we've been seeing that have been really stepping it up, teams like Pop-Tarts, team like Razer, are really coming into form now in the second half of Series E. Like we said, we have 5 more weeks to go, so there's plenty of time, but time is also running out, especially when we're talking about the end of the season. Remember, only the top 4 partnered squads with the highest cumulative points will be moving on and securing a spot in Series E Season 4. But the bottom 5, those are the ones that are on the bubble right now, though. Team Pop-Tarts with a great performance last week really did start to kind of pull away from the rest of the pack, and then Nestle Splash caught attention as well, and we're like, hey, we need to step things up. And so right now, they're only 30 points off as Team Pop-Tarts are currently on the bubble in 4th place. Team Splash, though, are going to look to try and overtake them this week.
And I'm not really quite sure what Team Rice Krispies is going to do because, unfortunately, mathematically, it looks like they're the only team that may not stand a chance of getting it into the top 4. And really, if they're not able to put up a really big performance this week, then I really think that could be 100% a relegation situation for them. And that's unfortunate because I really feel like they just never really got their footing week after week. But the other teams kind of had their moments at any given point in time. As you take a look at that map overhead at the New World's Edge, like you talked about, Jamerson, see where all these teams are landing. You can see Madness and their team Benchwarmers going definitely central. Looks like Fragment West side.
Yeah, Frag West. I mean, Complexity even claimed that, like, hey, maybe we're dropping Frag West as well. So we might have what looks to be like a pub lobby when it comes to a lot of these games. 3-4 teams contesting Frag West. Back when it was like old Capital. That'll be a fun time. But here we go. It is Intel Week. We're joining on board with Team Intel. They're the squad that do continue to run this composition with the Valkyrie and the big boys. You got Dupe on the Gibraltar and Skittle Cakes swapping on over to that Caustic. Past though, we saw Skittle Cakes playing a lot of the Valkyrie himself, but you know, this changeup, I feel like I would like to see Skittle Cakes maybe go back onto that, have Verholst back on the Bloodhound, but I can understand wanting the rotations. Here's the first look at the ring. So Harvester, Staging, and Thermal are the big priority points right now. This one's a little bit nasty because there's even an opportunity where it pulls towards that fence side just to the south of Harvester, in between Harvester and Tree, Tom.
Yeah, that could be a potential spot. Right now, I'd be looking at probably that high ground area, which is so tough to hold. But I love Intel's composition, right? I'm looking at maybe the ION and Thermal Station right there, that high ground ending, where we know that teams can come from a handful of different areas. But something about having Caustic in these situations just is so safe. Caustic is still extremely strong. Valkyrie strong, and we know how Gibraltar can be as well. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that composition. I think it could work if I was still competing. I'd probably run something very similar as well because it is very situational, right? You're landing in Thermal, so if you're pretty far away, then you're going to want to have Valkyrie to go and try to ult out. But right there, you get that Thermal Station zone, and now you have Caustic already too to go and lock down a priority area and kind of scare teams away. So there's a lot of different layers to that composition. I like it. Here we have Sniper Meta over here, and we're seeing, again, a fairly common Wraith Octane composition where you're trying to get double rotations. I think that Octane has a very aggressive rotation. Wraith allows you to kind of third party and play around the portal a little bit more, so it's going to be interesting to see now that we don't have a million Seers in the lobby.
Yeah, one thing about the composition we were talking about, right? Having that Valkyrie, Gibraltar, and Caustic is just that the strength of those legends go up. When you have those options that other teams don't, the Valkyrie becomes so much stronger. When we were seeing Valkyrie heavily in the meta beforehand, it didn't work out so well because, ring 4, ring 5, you would have about 3 or 4 Valkyrie teams kind of landing in the same spot using that rotation. Now with so many fewer teams running that comp, it becomes much easier to run it yourself. Right now, as we join on board with Pop-Tarts over here at Lava Siphon, they do have a full 3-man ahead of them. The G7 Scout out here for Z Davis. Triple blues for them as well. We'll see if they can get some decent armor checks onto the other side. But it looks like for now, they're just going to be happy with kind of hovering around in this area. Doesn't seem like they have the scan info. They'll be happy to just play a little bit neutral on this side. Sniper meta making the rotation out from Countdown, going over towards Landslide now. They're on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to the armors. They've got the purple, they've got the gold. Tech is the only one sitting on the blue right now, so they're sitting pretty as they're just going to hover around here and wait for the rotates.
I would love to just do listen-ins with this team because I've teamed with both of these players, Protectful and Tech, and I feel like things could go really good really fast, and then there could be some just absolute arguing that could be just comical and classic that I would love to hear. Kind of remind me of what it was like last year playing with them as we were just going at each other's throats on what should be done. Rockstar, big nade right there. A's with the 78. On the Arcstar, good scan as well. We'll see type of angles Aves is deciding to tank because he has the Gibraltar. He wants to be there with his team and play the bubble, but he already does have this great off angle. So now he has to get back with his team once he sees that everybody goes inside the building.
Yeah, the enemy bubble's been used, which allows them to just walk forward now. As that goes down, they'll have a bubble of their own to cross this path, but we'll see how many more days they have, and it's going to be Aves leading the charge there on that Gibraltar, but that team playing beautifully around the Dorito building for the time being. Beast of the Hunt is going for Kimchi Lee as they try to take this roof. It's going to be a little bit difficult. Teams are running in from around the area, so they've got to be careful on this timing for this fight.
This is a little awkward, like you were saying. There's third parties that are going to come around. So look at Aves. He's going to throw the defensive bombardment. Then he's going to go and check over towards the bottom. Unfortunately, Crummy gets a little bit stunned throughout all of that. And then there's, I believe, another counter defensive bombardment coming through. So Crummy has to go and charge this bubble right here. Otherwise, he's going to be hit. I think he's getting pretty lucky right now that he hasn't eaten a handful of damage.
Here's the push, though, into the enemy bubble now. Kimchi Lee and Aves try to push up. They're going to go for the reset, but they get cracked on the peak. Aves is the first one to fall. Nades picks that one up. Crummy does answer back, but now it's down to a 1v2. Kimchi Lee with the R301 gets flanked from the left-hand side, and it's just a matter of time before he goes down. Team Razor show up for the third party, though. Have they been able to recover on the other side? No. There's the next knock as Team Razor finding that third party timing. We were saying they were just taking way too long on this fight.
I'm pretty sure there's another team too. You can see Knock comes through and gets a finish on a Nades, and I'm pretty sure Nades is the first person that opened that fight up with a Knock. So there was 2 teams coming, Benchwarmers and Razor. And you hit the nail on the head. That fight just took way too long. And when you think about teams like Aim Assist, when you think about teams like Complexity, TSM, et cetera, they're going to send it into the bubble, right? As soon as they threw their bubble down second, they're going to go and take their advantage and they're going to go and push that. But teams just, for some reason, don't have the confidence in taking the fight that they need to. But that's how you build those confidences, continuing to take those fights over and over again. No matter what, you're getting third-partied based on how long that took. So winning that fight wouldn't even mattered. You might as well just send it and see what you can do, and then see if you could fend off the third party and get a little bit lucky. And right there, Team Rockstar just taking their sweet time and trying to evaluate the situation. This is a high priority area, Jamerson. This is where the zone's going to be moving. So if you don't think people are rotating over here, you got another thing coming.
Yeah, playing for these strokes, incredibly strong, having that height, being able to move on the train tracks as well. You can see Razor are wary of the third parties coming up from behind them as well. Scans out, doesn't actually hit anyone, but they're going to be fine. They've got plenty of loot to play off of. Remember, this was the first fight. We did see some nades going down, but it wasn't a long battle of attrition where they were, just trading damage, healing up a lot. Because once the fighting started, that's when it all just kind of all hell broke loose. So Razor are going to be sitting pretty. There's going to be plenty of cells for them to play off of, triple gold armors too. So they're going to be happy just camping around in this situation for the time being. We're already down to 18 squads. We saw, of course, the first 2 teams going down, but here's Nestle Splash now just outside of Fragment, getting involved in a fight. There's a Caustic on the other side as well, and they're taking the ring damage, so they've got to be careful now as they move forward. The EVA 8 shots do connect. B Mills is the first one to fall, and that's going to be an easy 3-piece for Nestle to pick up. He do lose out on turns. He just went down to the ring, but they'll be able to get him back up.
The sound of turns like dying to the zone right there was so funny. He was just like, like a little like a Valkyrie like sneeze. Like, oh guys, I need a little bit of help here. But that was a very clean fight, and I like the off angles right there. And now we have another fight taking place after a fairly slow start. It looks like Pop-Tarts is getting involved there. He got one knock. The portal's just not going to be in time. I really like that play to get that finish right beforehand. Even could have possibly went for the finisher right there, but they already had full shields. So now Z Davis taking a little bit of damage from that grenade, but still plenty of time and area to work with here. A minute and 45 seconds, still just ring 2. There's no rush. Big importance right now is making sure you're not getting third party, wondering where this portal is going to go and how you're going to find this 2-man team if you're going to hunt them down.
Yeah, so they've already picked up one member off of Absolute Monarchy, I believe. So that's going to leave us with Panda. And I'm blanking on the third, but here's RKT as they move through Harvester right now. Try not to make too much noise, trailing behind the Gibraltar, but the scan. The jig is up, and now they're getting Arcstarred out of position. They have to back up. Nemu Sona decides to slide down, so the team is actually disconnected. This is a little bit scary for Rice Krispie Treats here. We'll see if he can get back to his squad. He's sitting on white armors, by the way, so he's quite vulnerable, but it looks like he does find some cover. Rice Krispie Treats will just back away off of this one. The Beast in the Hunt will be a nice tool for them to use on the retreat now as they back away.
Yeah, they were kind of creeping in like 3 cartoon characters right there until they got scanned, and then the grenades are what separated Nemusona from the team, and that's really important to have your Gibraltar next to you, and they're pretty fortunate that the scans didn't come and find out where exactly they were rotating to, because once you give that high ground away, the other team had a fairly big advantage. So nice job getting out of that situation. It looked like they were ready to take that fight, though, as now we see what Team Cheez It is doing. Golden Finicky and Mollis stuck inside of the train yard tunnel area, which is not where you want to be right now, but you do have to be wary of people gatekeeping. There's a handful of different areas, as you can see, that they're worried about. Coming out is scary, and then pushing up over towards that high ground is going to be difficult. And then you have the fight that's happening over towards your side right here between Rice Krispie Treats still.
Yeah, a lot of nades being used in this one right now. We do have the Valkyrie Q going out. Try and retake high. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but Nemusona's up there again by himself. Sometimes how he plays disconnected is so scary. Bubble for bubble. Remember, he's just sitting on the white. He's already been cracked now. Here comes the rest of the team, though. He's the first one to fall. Obsessed picking that one up. Applejacks bring this one down to a 1v1, but now here's the third party out for Team Intel to punish the rest of the squad coming in. Let's see if Verhulst can get in there. He is, of course, on that Valkyrie, so he just gives them the movement, and they come in for the cleanup. TTV defeated, getting taken out along with Nemusona. Team Intel picking up 2 easy kills there as they regain control over at Harvester, checking their back just in case and just in time, too. Another team is showing up.
It's always interesting watching how one team is, struggling with white armor. They're getting scanned over towards the side. Meanwhile, you have Intel with his, his teammates blocking the door over here, giving them the most free kills over here, as now they have a 2-on-3 situation. And sometimes you just got to play patient, and that's what Intel's been doing. They've been playing the edge, waiting for teams to fight it out, and now they find their opportunity to not only get a third party, but now to get straight on head 3-on-3. But they're not being too greedy because they're understanding something's up. There's a little bit more commotion than we're hoping for, and I think that Bloodhound scan back them off just temporarily. So good discipline, just taking what they can get and not chasing through all those barrels.
Yeah, it's a relatively fast game, so I'm glad to see Intel kind of slowing things down for themselves here as we've got that ring pulling, and so it's going towards Harvester's side. So pulls up out of Thermal Station. So Harvester playing Snake, playing over on the western side will be super important here. Applejacks, it looks like they were not able to recover Kupski, unfortunately. Back on board with Nestle Splash, who are trying to make their way down on south. I believe they were trying to gatekeep, right? It might have been Sniper Meta, and we're out here still inside Landslide, but Malice Mama's going to buy his time. We'll see if they can recover turns. It's two full teams that are actually fighting outside, and that's going to allow them to actually push up. Tech actually getting the Thirst onto one, and here comes the rest of the squad. They've got to be careful. Gibby backing away with that bubble as well, and he's been cracked, dropped down to about 40 HP. This ring is doing so much damage to them as well, and they're starting to run out of time. Their rotation has been cut off. The full 3-man has run past them at this point, as Malice Mama will just go ahead and throw in that Caustic Gas to cut him off, splitting him up. They get the kill onto Markley here as well, and he needs to pop the heal instantly. Gibby's not going to have time. He's going to go down.
Oh, he's
they
dead.
have to pray that he gets this one off, and he's not going to get the Phoenix kit off. Nestle are just knocked out.
That was definitely a syringe situation. I mean, it's unlucky, but the Phoenix kit, there was zero chance of that thing being popped, and I don't even know if they would have survived Team Cheez-It coming around the corner. But that was an amazing disengage with the ult right there, cutting off both of the players and just flying through with the great shots. So unfortunate that they weren't able to survive and even get that syringe off, because with Caustic, you never really know what's possible. But remember the gatekeeping outside of this tunnel. We were talking about how there's going to be layers and layers of teams. I don't think we were expecting this many.
Yeah, Applejacks can look to just try and gatekeep Cheez-It, who have to come out. Nice bubble to at least get them out of the zone as they try to back away. Here comes the jump pad, and we'll see. Maybe if they hit the scan and realize that it's a 2-man, they can go after them, but they're just going to play this one safely. They still need to recover and fully heal up after that, but here comes the drop down from Golden now as he goes for the peak. It does seem Applejacks have completely backed away from this one, as we have a number of fights taking place across the map right now. Absolute Monarchy picking up a few kills onto Pop-Tarts there, cleaning some of that one up as well. And so with so much of this side in, you can see why it's so strong to be able to control this choke right now. It does seem like Pringles are getting into a fight up against Sniper Meta, and Sniper Meta have been finished off. We're already down to 11 squads.
Which is interesting because how slow we started this game, but almost every single fight has had a third party, and that's typically what happens when teams are looking to fight and they're waiting for the fights to actually transpire and take place. So it's been very well executed from a handful of our open teams, a handful of our partner teams as well. And wow, what an unpredictable zone pull, Jamerson. I mean, I guess you were way closer than I was. I'm over there putting my team in thermal station. Now we know why I'm casting.
That's why we play Valkyrie, man, for the free rotates, right? In this situation, you just like take the high ground on Harvester for free. But where Cheez-It is, this is definitely where you want to be holding it down. It can be a little bit difficult. You can sometimes feel a little bit exposed, but you have plenty of cover up here to try and play off this. You can see there's a team just off to the east, to their west right now that's playing inside the respawn building. And you've got another team playing on the train tracks that lead out from Thermal Station right now.
He's got a Kraber.
He's been popping off on the kill feed, yeah.
Well, we got to see what's up with him, because watching Zeratricky play, as we take a look at what Team Pringles is doing, Team Pringles has been phenomenal throughout the season. Applejacks are stuck in such a difficult spot. We've seen even TSM rotate and hold down here a handful of times, but it's just so difficult with only 2 players. They are picking off another team of 2. Now they have some extra resources down here, but they're surviving for now.
Yeah, this position just favors you when there's a lot more teams still alive. But right now, we're already down to 9 squads, 23 players. That gives the teams that end up playing that high ground a little bit more leniency to try and go for the peak downs to challenge you, especially if they hit that scan and realize that you're a 2-man. So while that spot is actually surprisingly good, but in this game state, it currently is not. You can see Benchwarmers, though. This is the squad that we're playing on the train tracks for now. Port out from Madness to actually cut off this team, and we'll see if they can get a good spot. He should be able to get them imported. Defensive bombardment has been thrown down on them as well. Noct gets hit by that, but he should be able to just bubble here if he needs to, but they're going to be safe for now.
They're safe, but this portal is kind of a blind portal. I don't think Madness was anticipating where these teams potentially were. They are surrounded on so many different areas. I was thinking he was going to portal to the outside of the building, and they were going to coexist with the other team on the outside of the building and keep their back towards the zone. And now, right now, the team inside is focusing ASC, and Benchwarmers may have an opportunity to come around the corner, but look at this. That's been Team Razor locking things down, and they predicted this zone extremely extremely well. That's what's one of the impressive things about watching Team Razor play is Nock was picking up some kills along the way. Rambo gets finished off in the kill feed, and now Razor looking like they're in a prime position with their triple gold armors.
Very hard pull from the ring, pulling up north as well. I mean, this is a ring that I am not familiar with, really. Don't see it very frequently. I don't know if I've ever seen it right now. Team Razor, while they're not safe in the zone, they have a minute to work off of here. Bubble's already been used, but they'll get it in for the rotation as well. They have the jump pad. They're back. As another team comes in with that port, this might just be a rat, especially with the number of teams alive. Zeratricky tries to go for the peak. He doesn't have the bubble, so he needs to just go full retreat off of this one. Here's Hakulo to clean it up. Was going to be Brav who goes down now as Intel find themselves trying to rotate in with the zone. They took the high ground now, and they just need to walk in a little bit. They'll have plenty of time to just reset here. They'll have another bubble as well. It's about clearing out the back. Other teams cut them off for this, though, and so now things are looking a little bit difficult. Airburst Nade narrowly missing out on Dupe, but he is still forced to bat as the pings do go down. Skittlecake's taking some damage as well. But they've taken it at a pretty good time for themselves. There's 12 seconds left to go before this ring starts closing.
Great awareness from Team Intel. Dupe definitely got the message. Oh, Skittlecake's eating a handful of damage. Madness is still alive somehow, some way. I mean, I think they just had a two-man squad as well. Maybe it's just Madness as a rat, but that could open things up for Team Razor. And you see defensive bombardment ends up getting used. That's not going to be Nox because he was taken out. I'm pretty sure that's going to be Razor, and now you're going to see Skittlecake start to toss out the barrels left and right. This is really big for Intel right now. They have to keep Team Razor over towards the side. They have another team over down towards the bottom right. So this is by far the most important part of the game right now.
Yeah, but those panic barrels coming out from Skittlecakes, they desperately need to actually throw those up a little bit further now. Team Razor rotating on in. They lose out on Baby Thule here. They pick up Cheese It and take him out. We'll see if they can get to res, though, safely. As Zeratricky is going to go ahead and pop that Team Intel in a fight of their own. Is actually going to buy them the time to go for that. And they finish off one more player, but the knock on to Dupe. And now Skittlecake's going down as well. Verholz is the only one alive. Will there be an opportunity for them to get the res here as Skittlecakes gets finished off? It's going to be Team Razor with the numbers advantage up against the rest of the lobby here. Looking to finish things off. It's a 3v2v2 because of all the fight taking place right here. Now they'll be able to finish them off, and that's going to be Team Razor taking game one of the evening.
It's so wild how Razor, Intel, and Benchwarmers were all in the same vicinity, all by that house. And then they made their way to the game-winning spot, which means they wiped out everybody on that Harvester side. So phenomenal play, because that means that they were ring-arounding the Rosie throughout the entire time, plus killing the entire lobby and staying alive. That just goes to show how good those three teams are. I'd be watching out for them the rest of these games.
And we have 5 games left to go. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Intel Week right after this.
Hey, what's up? My name is Stoop, and thanks to Intel, I'm always at the top of my game.
That for now. Bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like he might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheese It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock. A huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
One shot, now the future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true spot trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls in the place. I'm talking one chance. I was so good for the go. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
Fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine, like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Intel Week, and that means the return of the Intel Drip here. If you were around last season, you may have saw it back then, but it is back again once more as my boys compete this week. But the story of game number one was Team Razor. Intel with a solid game, but Razor comes out with the win. Big dub for them as they're trying to catch up to Team Pringles, currently sitting in second place. Let's check out our player of the game for game one before I have some news about our giveaway this week. But let's check out our first player of the game for today. We'll pull that up for you guys here from Team Razor. It's going to be Mr. Hackula with a stellar performance. 8 kills, 4 assists, almost 1,800 damage in the game, and there's a reason why Mr. Hackula is the back-to-back defending Slayer title holder for Series E. He has led the league in kills the first 2 seasons, and he's trying to do it here again. He has definitely some stiff competition this season. Verhulst and Skittlecakes from Team Intel have been fragging out like crazy all season long, and even Phony is charging up those standings over the last few weeks. But Mr. Hackula continues to have those big game performances, so we'll have to see if he and Razor can keep things rolling through the next 5 games of today. But do want to let you know about that giveaway. You can see a bunch of awesome Intel products here in the studio with me, and I want to tell you about one that we're giving away. We've got 5 of these awesome Intel Gamer Days packs for you guys to win. We're giving away one today and tomorrow. If you use ! giveaway, you can get in on those giveaways. And also, we're going to be doing some more with our giveaways with our Intel players on Twitter. So if you go and follow Verhulst, Skittlecakes, and Duplex on Twitter, they're going to be doing some giveaways on their socials. But tons of awesome products in here. We got some pins, a sweatshirt, we got a big old mouse bat, all kinds of good stuff in here, you guys. So make sure you guys get in on this giveaway, okay? I'll remind you again later in the day today, but make sure you get one of these packs, okay? Use ! giveaway to get in on that. I'm gonna throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll check the leaderboard and we'll keep Intel Week running.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Skittlecakes, and thanks to Intel, I'm always performing at my best.
I'm Pop-Tart just watching on from that choke, but Skittlecakes once again with this high ground angle, doing some decent damage with this rampage, but a critical.
Yeah, Power does some serious work. Actually, our 3-1 Power is what I set my record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one as we see the L-Star 2x.
Just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix.
Hey, what's up, guys? If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 1, we had Team Razor taking the win, and we'll see by how much in just a moment as we check in with the Mobile One leaderboard. And no surprise that Team Intel also had a good performance out there, but Team Razor definitely outdid them with the 15 frag game, 27 points overall. Team Intel find themselves tied for second place now with 14 points with the Benchwarmers, Tom.
That whole game was just a showcase of what Team Razor is all about. They play the edge, but yet they can play the middle of the zone. They can fight their way out of these difficult situations, and they have so much awareness. It's just it's refreshing to watch how Zeratricky plays Gibraltar, how they're able to take all these different scenarios. When you hold a building like that, you're really not supposed to get that many kills, and Team Razor had one heck of a game.
Yeah, things looking good for our partner teams as 8 out of 9 of them are currently in the top 8 right now. It's Team Rockstar that put up a big donut hole there in currently 18th place. Well, I guess tied for 18th with BBJ and Joy Boys there. So we'll see if Rockstar can turn things around. Remember, we saw them early on getting third party by Team Razor, taking way too long in their fight. So they need to clean that one up moving into game number 2. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One high performance moment, though, for game number 1. And it was Team Razor just cleaning things up, despite, Baby Thule going down a little bit early. Things looked a little bit scary, but they had the foresight to realize that another fight was taking place here. Team Intel were involved in that one, and so they can go for the full reset. They can go for the heals and then push this bubble.
Yeah, unfortunately, when your players go down, there's not much you can do if you're Verhulst, and Madness somehow stayed alive. Noct stayed alive throughout all of this. You really didn't even see them besides in the kill feed. That's how sneaky they were playing throughout all of this. And they even got flushed out at a certain point of the game and were able to get right back into that one. So a pretty impressive performance by Benchwarmers too. But you see how Razor was able to get their res on their side onto Thule. And then once everybody was up and everybody was fully healed, they made their push. But it's tough to beat a team that skilled, that disciplined, with triple gold armors too. I think that the gold armors, anytime that they were getting weak, they fell back perfectly. They're laying down max damage and they're not going down, but they're still re-healing throughout all of that. So that's the amount of pressure that they were adding into the building, pushing everybody out, owning real estate, getting over towards that next zone. We saw how far that zone pull was over towards the top of the hill. That wasn't easy to go and execute. So you got to give a lot of props to Team Razor for a great game number 1. But now it's game number 2. You can see the map overhead flying in as Madness's team over towards that fragment side. We didn't see that many 50-50s in game number 1, if any, but we did see a lot of fighting take place after round number 1. So kind of expect the same thing here in game number 2.
Oh boy, Skyhook fighting right now for Team Nightmares, and it turns, on the other side of this one. Gibby with a 30-30. As Abs tries to hold his ground, but Nestle will be able to pick this one up quickly, getting the first +3 of the game. Just as you were talking about the 50-50s, Tom, Nestle do go ahead and pick that up for themselves. Now they need to start looting. Still sitting on the whites, unfortunately. Turns does have the blue, but means he's going to have to start committing his early heals onto that one. A blue upgrade for Gibby as well, as it does seem this ring will be pulling down to the south, and hey, they got themselves a nice purple armor too.
I know Turns has been going to the gym a lot recently, but that's a little overkill, man. He's out there swinging these things like Jake Paul over here, just going knockout after knockout. Nothing's worse than seeing someone fly at you just throwing punches in the beginning of the game, and that's exactly what happened. So really nice job as we have another south zone. And looking at the thermal station side too, I'm a little confused because I'm 90% sure that's where Intel, I'm like 99.9% sure that's where Intel landed, but I don't see them going thermal again this game. So where'd they go?
Yeah, with that South Pole, they're going to be over here at Lava City, so this is going to be a pretty decent rotation for them, especially for a squad that wants to set up with that Caustic early on. If they can get some nice long range onto Dupe and Skittles to upgrade their armor. They've been getting challenged here at Lava City quite frequently, so maybe having this much time looting might slow them down. We'll see in just a moment. They have a very easy rotate. Just go through Dome. We'll see if this one pulls towards Launch Site or towards Lava Siphon. Can be a little bit difficult, but they've got the tools to handle it as Rice Krispies are making the rotation out of Skyhook, meeting some resistance over here by Survey Camp, though. I don't know if they want to try and get involved in these fights with the white armors that they're still sitting on. We have the 30-30 repeater, though, so Nemusona could try to lay down some fire here, but looks like they just want to completely avoid this one, not get boggled on the rotate and try to get in early, and that's a nice upgrade for Nemusona.
Yeah, sorry, Alizuri, you're going to be stuck with that gray armor because I would take that 10 times out of 10 if I'm Nemusona, but I would even consider dropping that purple. You got the 30-30, right? You got to get that blue charged up for your boy. You can't be running around in the middle of the map, crossing from Skyhook all the way over towards that epicenter into fragment side and expect not to get hit with these long-range weapons that we just saw. Now, Benchwarmers, they're making their way towards a priority building. If they're holding this, then they're going to be continuing to just advance with pings, and that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. So they're just owning the real estate, figuring out what's taken or not, and they're going to continue to push forward. They have the scan onto ring number 2, so Rambo's going to lead the charge. Madness, if he needs to, is going to set a portal at any given point in time. Nock doesn't have his defensive bombardment up quite yet as we hop on board with the winners from game number 1. Team Razor sitting in first place, 27 points overall, basically doubling everybody else in the lobby. So they're feeling good about the current situation. And they're going to be doing the same thing that they always do, kind of playing the edge.
Applejack's in a little bit of trouble there. Kupski does heal up. But Osa Rated R might be by himself here off this bubble now. Doing some decent damage. He needs the rest of his squad to join him, but it looks like the call is going to be made. It's just back away. But they're still in a really tough spot. At any moment, you could have Team Intel showing up behind them here. So they have to play their backs, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But they run right into that Intel squad. I have to imagine that's who it's going to be. And they have, well, they're actually on same footing in terms of armor. Unfortunate for Team Intel, but for right now, they've given up the dome position. Intel will be pretty happy to play off this, honestly, as they can slowly try and leapfrog their way forward from building to building with the caustic here. And if they need to, they can go into gas for that beacon that's behind them as well once Zone 1 ends up closing. But good call from Applejacks to just completely give up that fight and back away, knowing that Intel can come up behind them.
I like this play from Intel because, like you were saying, just kind of leapfrogging forward is completely okay, and keeping your back safe is always really good. But what you're really hoping for is a team that's kind of weak, thinking that they can go and try to rat it out and make some sneaky rotation behind you. And then you catch them off guard, get some free kills, maybe some upgrades to your armor and some more resources so you can push forward. Even if that doesn't happen, I still think they're going to be in a decent position. Unfortunately, they don't really have the long-range weapons to keep people off of their backs. So take a look at another fight over here. Rockstar coming through. Great shots there from Crummy with the L-Star. That player is just a sliver of HP away, but unfortunately not able to connect with that last track.
They're still going to chase after this one, though, as you got to imagine this team might be running into another squad that's playing off the launch site, and they give us that ring information as well. So it's pulling pretty heavily into launch, and oh no, Crummy overpeaked on that one, forcing out the bubble. Leon, Aves might just be able to get this res off, luckily for them, as that Wraith port out. Now Kimchi Lee holding down the angle. They do have that player still stuck behind the boxes for now. Try to challenge it. There's the knock with the nade onto Gordo. Rockstar should be able to secure this one. There's just a blue knockdown shield on the other side, and that Wraith has already made her way on out. Crummy, though, will go ahead and push up. Like he hasn't learned anything off of this, and he still gets ballsy with these peaks.
Yeah, and that was a really nice job with Aves with the bubble. Coming through with the support, making sure that he tossed that far enough for Crummy to go crawl into that one, and then the great grenade. I was wondering how they're going to approach that because you had a couple different options. Aves could have potentially used his defensive bombardment, and they could have held teams off, but it's also a giant flare into the air saying, hey, come third party this. So instead, they use the grenade, the frag grenade, to go and secure that one, and now they're going to methodically push their way up eventually towards that high ground and follow where Crummy's coming through. You can see on that north side of the map, Jamerson, it's about to go down. Razor's stuck in between a handful of different teams. I want to see if they can fight their way out.
Yeah, they have a team coming up behind them as well, and they'll be fighting in the zone with the number of teams that are still in fragment right now. But on the other side of the map, quite literally, here on the southernmost end, Team Intel are trying to control this building here as they move their way out of Dome, and this would be excellent for them if they can establish this position, but the squad is not giving anything up for free. You can see all the nades, the thermites, everything coming in. Another squad showing up as well. So this is a very dangerous proposition for Team Intel. If they lose anyone on this, you can see the scans coming out, giving them pre-warning that another squad's showing up. So I have to be careful how they play this. They give up the high, and they're just going to drop down for now. Skittlecakes is the only one up top by himself. So this is looking much more worrisome for them.
Skittlecake's the only one that wasn't worried about what seemed to be a defensive bombardment landing on top of their head, but it looks like a majority of the building was able to take all of that damage for them, and now they're going to come right back. And this all depends on what Skittlecakes is able to do with his barrels. I mean, he's going to have to keep that door blocked, but he's also going to have to continue to just get those barrels as far up forward as possible without taking any damage. That's what makes things tricky. You could see 3 seconds into that next barrel, and he wants to try to push up and maybe even get one on the end of that zip line.
You know, they also have to worry about that team just inside the building as well. At any point, they can come in through that ring. It's just ring number 1, and it doesn't do much damage. So full 3-man swing can punish them if they get scanned off of it. You can see Rockstar keeping an eye on them. Very hard pulled down into staging. So the teams that predicted this one are happy with the buildings that they were able to secure for themselves. Team Razor finally finding themselves in a fight here on the north side of the zone. Currently multiple scans coming out, and Team Razor understand that as they try to back away. Baby Thule does go down. It was a charge rifle. And so they're playing this one off range, and that's going to mean that other squad just actually cuts them off on this rotation now. Team Razor finding themselves in such a dangerous spot. They're tricky, the one to go down as they try to full commit onto the squad below the hill now. We'll see if they can recover Zero Tricky, but it's going to be such a difficult job here. Hakulo still healing up. Baby Thule challenging by himself. A number of just 1v1s taking place as well, as Blockbusters are the ones that are looking to try and punish them. Baby Thule gets finished off, and Team Razor are knocked out.
Again, there was so many teams in that vicinity. It's not that surprising. I don't think that they were aware of 6 teams playing over towards that edge, kind of filtering over towards this choke. This is such a late rotation for these teams, and usually Razor is the last team to rotate, but that's why you want to be the last team to rotate. You want to keep all the action in front of you. You want to try to third party all this action. Take a look at where the zone basically ended in the previous game. In game number 1, Splash is going to lose Malice.
Oh boy, and that is the Wraith, so they're not going to have that extra mobility to try and get her back. They've already used the defensive bombardment as well, so they're not going to have a cover to try and go for her now as they are getting chased down, getting scanned from behind. Gibby going to try and outplay them here with these nades, but they're not falling forward quite yet. No, they do, but it's not enough. Nice try, Gibby, there. At least he got that big connect with the nade at the end, but we'll see. There's still one player alive for them. How long will Sniper Meta camp this banner? Ring is closing in, so they can't stick around here for too long. As you can see, the ring is right there on the border.
That was, it was a pretty good grenade, but as soon as he realized there was a player over towards the side, he basically had to eat his own grenade, so almost a kamikaze-style exit along the way. I like the thought process, though, and maybe he could have clambered up on top and got the roof and been super, super sneaky, but at that point, you're just kind of buying an extra second or two. Sometimes that extra second really matters. As we see the rotation coming in from Sniper Meta, they realize what you realize, Jamerson, that ring is going to tick, tick, tick over towards their back. And if this is untaken on top of this bridge, this is great real estate to own, and that's where they're going with that one. So love this rotation coming in from Sniper Meta, and see Protectful is on board with the plate, and now they're just waiting for Messiah to join them, and they're going to be A-okay over here on top of this respawn area.
Yeah, they might have some options to play off of. Maybe go towards tree side and rotate into a launch from there if it is available for them. But right now they have to worry about the teams that are just camping the bridge. Protectful dropping down onto low. Here's Team Pop-Tarts, though, taking control of one of the buildings over here by launch. Now, there is a possibility maybe this ring does pull away from this building, but I believe we saw that it just goes into launch site proper. So either way, they're happy playing off of this, bringing the Kraber up. Lion with that blue Evo, and Z Davis still sitting on that as well. It's going to be a great tool for them to just poke and get some much needed charge on their Evos here. We don't have to worry about that squad that is controlling that office building on the north side of launch site, though. Their eyes might be on that one, but as we saw, there were still a lot of teams here on the north, Tom, for them to play KP off of, so they should just be sticking around for now.
Lions rocking the big boy combo. Wingman, Kraber. Can't miss your shots with these weapons. Otherwise, you end up getting punished big time. We'll see what Lions going to be able to do. 12 shots left in this one, zone 3. You want to get that damage up. You want to try to get that purple Evo, but you also want to save your ammo and be smart about it, because you're trying to get some knocks, trying to get some kill points along the way, because it's all about those kills and placements right now. Benchwarmers looking like they're in a prime position. I mean, they can rotate through the cave if they really needed to. They could gatekeep. They could have that free real estate over towards where Madness is. So look at how much positioning they have by the area that they're spread out on. This is a great spot to be in.
This is going to be interesting because that team that's inside the cave could get stuck, but just enough of the ring is still in the cave that they might even be able to just port around. Rockstar, though, tried to make the rotate in from that tree side. Remember, they were able to hold down this position earlier, but now they are getting pushed. Crummy, the first one to go down again. Defensive bombardment does connect with some of the nades as well. Aves helping his team out immensely, but Blake will be able to finish off Crummy, and from range with the longbow. Uptart picks up the kill onto Aves. Now Kimchi Lee left into 1v3 as the third party comes in from behind as well. Team Intel now making their move for this building here on the south side, pushing up with those barrels. Got this team on the run, back them into a corner. Skittle Cake's taking a lot of damage, but there's the first knock for Zuki to go down. Dupe will fall, though, and now both left Intel members don't have any armors. They're trying to go for these bats as Verholst gets that one off, goes for that repeat again. But they do lose out on Dupe throughout all this. Third-party scans coming in as well. They need to finish this, clean up the kills before they fall, and they will be able to get Strosuke. But here's the third party for Team Pringles. Nades into Presley with the Beast in the Hunt popping this entire time as well. Just a matter of time. Verholst going down now. There's just one left for Team Intel.
Like how these teams are playing. Unfortunately for Intel, they are getting third-partied over and over again over here, and it looks like Phony is on top of things, as it looks like actually Pop-Tart is being annoying with this longbow, just picking players off over towards the side. Joy Boy's flying in over towards the bubble. It's absolute madness over here, but I love the way they're playing this one, just staying disciplined in their corners, head glitching, peeking out back and forth. Splash is involved as well. There's a nice finish coming through and a quick armor spot for Gibby. And turns, flies in with the L-Star doing insane amount of damage. Is that the Spitfire? No, it is the L-Star flying through. Ridiculous play. Splash has been doing so well over these last couple weeks. And they're in a prime position here with the zone ending directly in the middle, potentially win this game.
What another hard pull on this ring. Team Cheese It, though, will get taken out. Blockbusters picking that one up. Full recovery as a 3-man, and that's all that we're left with in this game. 7 full squads, gold bag res to get their Gibraltar back up, and it does seem like most of the northern teams have already gone down. Now it's all about the teams that are playing inside launch site right now. Now the Benchwarmers are going to have their work cut out for them as they have to cross this great divide here. Shroom with the longbow shots, not quite connecting. Finally connects there. Applejacks losing out on Kubsky. They've already used the bubble, but they made it into the safety of that tunnel, and so they should be able to get the res. But it's 3 teams that'll be making the similar run just across the lava field here. So Blockbusters need to move right now while they have the timing on Applejacks. Pop-Tarts, though, they've had this position on a lockdown for some time now. Lion was able to get the purple Evo shield for himself. 3 shots left in this Kraber, 3 players in front of him as well. He's just holding for now. It seems like it is going down for that squad, so they'll be able to make it across Lava Siphon here. They're still going to be vulnerable to Team Pop-Tarts.
Lion's just waiting for, with such little shots, he's waiting for someone to do exactly that. Run in a straight line without strafing, without doing anything crazy, so he can line something fairly easy up. Maybe time to bust that wingman out as he's realizing the situation over here. He's got to start adding even more pressure onto the map. He can't allow these players to run around for free. 145 to the body right there. That's a good start. And now we have 2 teams rotating on top of one another. This could potentially be a lot of kills for them.
And the ring is closing in, though, and so Team Pop-Tarts don't really want to move out. They just want to make sure no one advances on their position. If they can pick up kill points, that's definitely a bonus at this point. Now the port being used now to reconnect with the squad. So round 4 does finish up closing here. We'll see Pop-Tarts. Can they pick up any kills? Pop-Tart definitely does, though. Getting another knock now. Need to get the recovery here onto their Wraith currently, but it looks like Benchwarmers are looking to close things out, advancing onto their position. Rambo leading the charge. Madness has been cracked in the back, but Rambo should be able to do enough damage, finish them off, and Gibby comes in from behind to get that knock. Oh boy, and left to just back off. It's 3 full squads remaining, and Nestle Splash are just free to fire onto them for now. Where is that last third squad? It looks like they're on the other side of launch site right now, as Turns does finish off Rambo, so it's left to a 3v3v2 here for the end game.
Unlucky there for Lion that it looked like he was completely safe. He was doing so well up to a certain point where, hello, Peekaboo, Gibby comes through and just lasers him with the R301 in the middle of healing. And now they're going to own that spot that could have been Team Pop-Tart's spot. Again, they were locking that down for so long. I thought that was going to be their game to win. But we're seeing, again, another really solid performance coming in from Benchwarmers. And it is the 2 players that they had, Madness and Knock, at the end of the game last time that secured second place. We'll see how long they can hold off Bursty, Pop-Tart, and this Splash team that's kind of pinching them.
And you saw them kind of toss around the ultimate excels. They did realize that they weren't going to be able to get the defensive bombardment in time with the ring just closing in. So they opted to, of course, send that over. I think it was over to the Bloodhound. So Beast of the Hunt will be great here. Port, actually, that's what the ultimate excel went for, is they're going to try and get aggressive on this 3-man here, stuck on this height for now. And this is going to actually give a huge opportunity for the Benchwarmers to come in for the third party as a 2-man. Malice Mama doing a lot of damage here, but as he tries to cross, he gets punished himself, brought that Gibraltar down to 1-shot. That was Pop-Tart. Malice Mama gets into Q just in time, right into the bubble as well. Turns, though, looking to finish this one off. Drezax will get finished off, but with the HP bar so low, this is a huge opportunity now for Madness and Knock to come in, to try and come in for the win. Big airburst nade, just actually hitting for about 50. But there's the first knock. Malice Mama going down, evening things up. This is a huge opportunity for the Benchwarmers unless Madness goes down.
They're so weak, but they're both in the bubble and they're hitting heals. That's enough pressure to allow Malice to get back into this game. But all of a sudden, hello, Bursty coming through. Was so sneaky in the back the entire time. Things are just going so well for Benchwarmers right now to come in with these third parties. And that's exactly what happens with just a 2-man squad. They're going to take it. And was it lucky? Was it good? Was it a little bit of both? They'll take the win either way. That was not easy to do. Benchwarmers, second place in game 1, first place in game number 2.
Big game for them there to be able to get that plus 12. They were, I believe, tied for second place heading into game number 2. So that's going to help out a lot. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 right after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Verholst, and if you want to win, you got to go Intel.
That means he has to reload. That means resources have been spent. And that means you have an opportunity to push up if you're Verholst. Where's the rest of the pressure going in from Intel? Dupe's going to get knocked. The rest of the players starting to push up on RKT's side, and it looks like Intel is going to take the game.
But Intel will be able to secure this. Cheez-It are knocked out. They need to get Duke back up. The third party is already showing up. Great damage out with this EVA 8 from Verholst.
If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 2 all done there, and Benchwarmers grabbing the victory. Looked like Splash maybe had a fantastic shot at grabbing it, but a little bit of a rat jumped in and ruined their fun, and Benchwarmers come in and grab the victory. So good on them, and this is a squad we have high expectations for, of course. Big names all across the board. Noct, formerly of C9. I'm Madness, formerly of CLG, and then obviously Rambo, formerly of Exet. So that is a very powerful squad. A lot of name value there, and they grab the dub here in game number 2. Let's check out our second player of the game, and it's going to go over to Rambo. 5 kills and an assist to his name. Not a ton of damage, but making efficient work of what he was doing there. Just short of 800 damage here on the Bloodhound, and they grab a big victory. Now the question is, they are I'm not sure how many points they got in the first game, but they should very at least jump into contention with Team Razor, who racked up a ton of kills. They had at least 12 in that first game, and now we see Benchwarmers jumping into the conversation just as they seem to be every single Tuesday. So it's going to be a very interesting run through the last 4 games of the day. Do want to let you guys know if you want to grab any products from any of our partners. Obviously, any Cheez-Its, maybe you want to get some drinks, grab some Splash or some Rockstar, or if you want to grab some Intel products, obviously Intel Gamer Days going on right now. Head over to walmart.com/esports arena. You can find everything that you need from all of our partners and sponsors over there. Walmart.com/esports arena. We're going to go back to another break. When we come back, we'll have the final game of the first half of today. And don't forget, do not miss our halftime segment today. I'll be sitting down with Verhulst once again to talk about what's been going on with Team Intel so far this season. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the release. I was only about a week late into the release, and I started playing because me and my friend was bored, and we saw the game just came out, and we wanted to try it.
That for now. Bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like they might be able to get this knock and push it for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheez-It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock.
The role I perform for my squad is the main IGL. I IGL with Skittles. He has amazing calls, so we probably IGL together. It's a co-IGL. And I'm a support / fragger. I either run in first with my Gibby Dome, or I'm supporting one of my boys with R301 from long distance.
Huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
The main legends I usually play in competitive or ranked in Apex Legends is either Gibby, Wraith, or Pathfinder. I played them all at a high level, and I love all 3 of those champions. If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles. Make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. In game number 2, we saw Benchwarmers taking the win there, so another top finish for them with that plus 12, and that means big things for our leaderboard. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard now to see if they were able to take away that first place position, and they were now with a 9-point lead over Team Razor, and Nestle Splash find themselves in third place with 25 points.
Yeah, the Libra board's a couple weeks from now. It's not Libra season quite yet, James. But Benchwarmers, hey, man, they're playing really, really good Apex right now. And they're doing it as 3, but they're breaking it down with just 2 people towards the tail end of the game because Rambo, unfortunately, has been getting flushed out. And Noct and Madness have been working together. And if you are going to work together, yes, Bloodhound is extremely important, but you most likely would want your Wraith and your Gibraltar down so you could get the bubble, so you could queue out, so you could portal out, et cetera, et cetera. So I've been really impressed with them being able to do with just 2 players on their team. Yeah,
let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment from game number 2. And it was just this finish. Nestle decided to go for the full send onto the 3-man above. You can see it was not a clean fight whatsoever. Lots of damage being traded across the board. Mouse Mama getting cracked there, brought down to about 20 HP. And this is the moment that you're looking to see. If you're, of course, the Benchwarmers there, you don't see Splash on the wrong side of the kill feed quite yet, but Noct is poking and prodding. He knows basically what the armors are like on the other side. And finally, that knock comes out, and that just opens up that huge window of opportunity. Even there, you can see them backing off and able to reset. And at this point, that third team just allows them to get that man advantage, or at least bring it down to a 2v2. But the HP is heavily in favor of the Benchwarmers. Here we go, though, heading into game number 3. Let's join on board with the Benchwarmers. They've been dropping over at Fragment West center of the map for them. They've been able to really utilize that spot for the early rotates, gaining really strong positions in games number 1 and 2.
They definitely have. And one of the teams that has been giving them a little bit of a problem was Team Razor, who won game number 1. But Team Razor was taken out on a very difficult rotation coming on from that north-hand side over towards the choke eventually. So now we see what Rambo, Madness, and Noct are going to be up to. And the key moment in that game when we were looking at that Mobile One high performance too was the rat that Yesa was talking about. Then also once the res came through, it was perfectly timed to kind of pop through and get the re-knock, and that's where things really went sour for Splash. But either way, still happy with the way that Splash is playing. When we talk about getting better week after week, it's definitely one of those teams that has applied themselves, and now they're starting to be towards that top 4 conversation to avoid the relegation. We have another kind of, I guess, not as southern zone as before, but still going to be interesting to see how these teams from that north-hand side make their way through. Great spray there with the L-Star. That's going to be Charlie Whiskey going down. And I believe Blockbuster, didn't they start game number 2 off over towards the Skyhook side? So now they're making their way over towards Survey side. Nice bait res coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Markley is playing so smart right now, closing the door, and the last player understands their defeat. And, hey, you know, gotta respect that. There was really no chance of him winning that fight.
It looks like they do establish themselves a home here, hopefully for the rest of the games, but the third party is already coming in. Luckily for Blockbusters, though, they didn't take too much damage, so they'll be able to reset really quickly here, as now they are getting challenged for the height, giving it up just for that Valkyrie Q there, as Nemusona tries to go in, but he's been cracked. Alizura is the first one to fall. Shroom picks that one up. RKT now left to a 2v3. Did he do any damage on the way down? Here comes Nemusona going for the repeat, and he will fall. Just like that, we're already down to 18 squads. Blockbuster picking up 6 points for themselves.
Feel bad for Nemusona because that was very well executed, but once one of your teammates goes down, the communication starts to kind of fall apart, and when you're going to third party, you expect that to be much more smooth. as you mentioned, Blockbuster, they didn't take much damage. And the fact that that third player ended up crouching back and forth and didn't do any extra damage could have played a huge fight or a huge role in that fight there. So now Blockbuster is going to be rewarded with a handful of loot, a handful of kills, and they're looking good to start this one off. Scissors starts off with a knock. It's a frag grenade onto official B. Mills. Presley is so weak. Goes down. Phony's flanking around the corner. I like this play. Going and flanking, coming through with the bubble to cover the backside as well. Basically playing ring around the rosy with these players here. Amazing job by Phony, trying to buy some extra time. There's Scissors as well. Just waiting for Scissors to come around the corner. It was giving me a little bit of a worrisome vibe coming through for the Team Pringle squad, but they take that fight a little closer than they were hoping for.
Ooh, Sun going down in this engagement, but they will be able to finish off Finicky. Now they just need to get the res. Stomps threw down that bubble. It was a little bit short, but they're going to be fine for now, surviving for the third parties, hopefully. See if Sleepy Panda maybe has a port for them to get out. Benchwarmers coming in for the third party, setting up multiple angles for themselves here, but now they are on the hunt. Bubble's been used by Knock, and now the EMP as well. Note that another team is in the area, so they have to be careful. At least get the knocks onto Sung and Stomp, leaving it just for Sleepy Panda. We're at this one out now as they do get the thirst, and I don't think he's going to have time to go for that recovery just because there's going to be a lot of teams roaming through here. The zone is ending basically in this area. Dead center basically being this building here. Getting chased now down by Madness. The bench warmers had that win in game number 2, and now they're starting things off strong. It was Team Pop-Tarts that are involved in this as well. Lion getting thirsted off immediately.
Look at the teamwork and the confidence that came through from Benchwarmers right there. Madness is second to the building with the portal, which is kind of, he's called Madness for a reason. Crazy to go and portal in directly behind another team, but if that team doesn't send it through immediately on that portal, Lion even laid down a grenade at the stairs. Madness runs right through the grenade, gets his team over towards the building. That was a huge play for Benchwarmers, and unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, they're going to be stuck in an extremely tough situation right now. But that was just Madness being just confident. I mean, that's all it comes down to. He understood the situation. If he doesn't make his play now, they're going to be stuck in the middle of the open at this choke. Some team could come behind them, and their game could have been gone right there. But instead, they're in perfect position.
Bubble going down for that drop as they'll be able to pick that one up, and I want to see them faring a bit more loot on over towards the building they want to play off of right now. I think it's a little bit too late to try and challenge the team that's currently playing off to their north. So I like that Madness does back away. Just make sure you have all the loot inside this building. You can poke away, get Rambo that purple, get the reds for yourselves as well. Hopefully they'll have the long-range weapons to play off of. There should be a G7 Scout somewhere for them to utilize off of this position. So now, game number 1 being extremely fast. Down to 16 squads. One team currently damaged. That's going to be Team Pop-Tarts. So it looks like PSS. Okay, Sleepy Panda was able to get the res onto Sung and Stomps. Excuse me, the respawn onto Sung and Stomps.
Hopefully Madness washes his hands when he's done in that bathroom. I don't want any super spreaders in Series Z as Sleepy Panda now takes their position over here on top of the choke. This is a really power position to have. But you're looking at Prowler with not much ammo and then a RE45 for Sung. So while you're in a pretty good spot, you're hoping and praying that something comes along your way, a drop, anything that's going to help improve your situation. At least you're back in the game, though. So, that's one sign for the team.
Another team that's currently in the area right now, it's 6XZs, just a little bit to the west. They'll be the team that's controlling the choke over towards Thermal side. And don't know how many other teams might actually rotate through here. So it seems like a lot of the northern teams have already made their way into this area right now. Probably the last one to show up is going to be someone like Team Razor, if anyone, to move through this choke. Applejacks, they've got that cliff building just outside of Geyser there, and they're the ones that'll be able to keep track of the eastern side for this zone. Is round 1 finishing up closing. That was the squad was running around with the crypto, being a nuisance with the EMPs throughout all of that.
It's so rated. The lone crypto in the lobby right now, staring at the wall. I'm not quite sure if what that was, but either way, we do get a chance to see the third person point of view all of the teams that are locking down these buildings. And these zones are so fun to see because basically everyone's gunning it out for each other inside the buildings, but there's a certain point where all eyes are on top of this rotation down the hill into the choke where PSS is, and they all start creating a line of fire for everybody that wants to get down here. So it's a very interesting spot. A lot of times, you don't see teams coexist like this and all focus on one spot, and that's why it's so important to own one of these buildings.
Finishing off Osa Rated R's drone there. That's going to be valuable, but with so many teams currently in this area right now, that EMP is going to help them farm free shields. Basically, every time it's up, you'll connect onto 3-4 teams. You get yourself, a lot of damage. A lot of damage for the Evos there. And so I want to see that one basically being used off of cooldowns. It'd be pretty absurd for any squad to push any of these buildings just because how many of them are taken. Here's Team Pringles playing off of No Name. They've got a team to their north right now. They do have the purple armors trying to go for that scan. And so their bubble's going to be down. They're going to be a little bit vulnerable. So you can see Phony already backing away. They're just going to play inside the vault tunnel for now.
It's a good teammate. The bubble goes down, but also the presence of mind to go outside the bubble and throw the grenades, so that backs them off for their focus just temporarily, so they can't really create a master plan after the bubble goes down, and they don't even allow them to create their plan because they were already planning on retreating back on over towards the cave in the vault area. So nice execution, good plan coming in for Team Pringles, and now they have a couple of different options. They can play both sides, and they also know that there's a team in the vicinity that they could potentially gatekeep.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard pull over towards Geyser, it looked like. A lot of those buildings still in. We'll see if any teams are over there. Right now, it's BDP, though, playing over at Lava Siphon, porting out as they might be running into too much resistance. They can just hug the western side of the zone for the time being. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. It's kind of an odd game state for this ring, just because so many buildings have already been taken center zone. So now it's trying to find anything on the edges here. We'll see. I don't think any team's going to be on the edges along this rotation path, especially moving up towards Harvester right now. So this is just, I don't know. This game number 3 just feels really weird and wonky. Here's Team Intel. They're one of the squads that are playing inside Geyser right now. They were able to get the beacon for themselves as well. And so they'll have that kind of advantage over the teams that are currently playing just to their northwest right now. You can see they're just being a constant nuisance with that drone. Like I said, every time that EMP is up, they should be using it for the free farm on their Evos.
Intel's in such a great spot. I popped my Intel Series E jersey on too before this game so they could get a little bit of good luck over here during the Intel week. And I love the barrel placement directly behind them. I love the presence of mind to get into the middle of this zone over here when everybody was expecting it to go over towards that no-name area. But now is where things get interesting because it's been such an awkward game and such awkward zone pulls over here, and everyone's been playing this so disciplined that it's bound to kind of break open. And typically that happens going in from round 3 to round 4 when round 4 closes. So now it's just all about making sure nothing crazy happens in terms of grenade stick or engagement that you don't want to take, because if an engagement happens, there's going to be a third party. There are 10 teams in the area waiting to pounce on this.
You can see they are keeping an eye on their back as well. We had another team rotating through that vault tunnel. Like you said, they have the options. They can just tank the ring. It's only going to be like 1 or 2 ticks for them. And so it'll be no problem. Just get back there. There's already another team inside Geyser. So it's not completely clear for Team Intel, and they're doing a good job of just controlling this building for the time being. And it looks like, oh, we got an alternator in the hands of Dupe as well. Here's Nestle Splash, though, playing off the choke over towards Harvester's side, pushing into the bubble now. Malice Mamba's the first one to fall. Blight picks that one up. Only be able to answer back. Oh, it doesn't look like it, as it's now dropped down to a 1v1 turns, evening things out. See if he's got enough in the back pocket. Scan down now, going for the peak, but he gets absolutely demolished there. Sniper meta, can they recover in time? Here comes a third party from 6XZs. They actually poke their head out from their building, giving that one up. So there's an opportunity that a team actually steals that away from them. We'll see. This might be more valuable, picking up the kill points, picking up the additional loot.
It's always very refreshing when you move into a third party and you see 2 knocked players that result in 2 free kills there. As Aves, he's going to toss the defensive bombardment down. Bubble's going to go down as well. The enemy team is inside of theirs temporarily, so that defensive bombardment maybe could have waited an extra second or two, but Aves was feeling the pressure under the circumstances. Really what you're hoping for is the teams on the outside to shoot the players on the outside of your building, so it makes it just a little bit easier, and maybe that's why the defensive bombardment was being used there from Aves. Kimchi is going to end up rocking that Bloodhound, hitting the Beast of the Hunt. Scan's going to be coming out left and right, and this is so important to clean up cleanly if you're Rockstar. Again, there are going to be so many players waiting to collapse on this.
Yeah, it's just a three-point defense right now as the doors are getting slowly griefed. It's just a few thermite ticks will finish off that one that Aves is covering. Here's the 2-man peek out, but Kimchi Lee takes a lot of damage for it. Don't know if they returned in kind on the other side. Roof control coming out for the other squad as well. So things are still looking extremely dicey for Team Rockstar right now. The Beast of the Hunt has ended, and now the team wants to go ahead and push in on that. They're still watching the doors, waiting for them to make a mistake. That's the biggest point here. And it looks like Team Rockstar are playing disciplined. They're still playing this 3-point defense for now. I'm just surprised that this squad has been able to just stand outside for free this entire time.
Look at that head glitch, though, right there. Taking off 75 onto Kimchi Lee. And now if you don't have a battery, that's where resources start to run thin, and these skirmishes become twice as much difficult. And now you have to retreat back into your building. Kimchi was thinking about throwing a thermite, but the doors have been so useful for Rockstar with that 3-point defense, like you were talking about, Jamerson, that you don't want to try to get rid of the doors. Now they only have 1 remaining, and they're barely inside the zone over here, so that team did rotate in front of them, and they'll be doing the gatekeeping as Crispy Bacon is going to get the first knock over there. That's going to be Box and Team toss an offensive bombardment out, but they're inside the bubble already. The spray was looking clean, and it looks like it's only up to the Valkyrie player. Things not looking too good here as Zeratricky was involved, Aze was involved. That means there's 3 or 4 teams here.
Yeah, and Team Rockstar wanted to come in for the third party. They're moving in to just pick up these thirsts as well, but we'll see if they kept in mind that, yeah, Team Razor were involved in the third party. Here's Crummy, though, with the Prowler, getting some decent damage off, but just not enough. Hakulo gets the knock onto him, and now Rockstar getting punished here. They don't, the bubble for this one, but Razor have backed away. It's just for a moment, though. They're going to come back once they've topped themselves off. We know that they generally rock the gold armors for themselves, so it's a quick reset, but here's the res to get Crummy back on in. They'll have the armor swap for him to utilize as well, and so they survive for now, but for now is the optimal word here, because Team Razor, they're the ones on the outside. They're going to have to run straight into Team Rockstar for this rotate.
And that's probably the only reason why they didn't collapse on top of this building once they got the initial knock on a Crummy. I mean, it's that plus the worry of potentially getting third-partied. But with 45 seconds left, you have to be smart and say, okay, if we take this fight, how much time are we going to have to reload up, heal, and then find our next spot on the map? Sometimes it's just better to let that knock go, force this team into a situation where they're now stuck inside the building and they don't know what's on the outside of the doors. And now they're going to be surprised once they see, okay, well, we have a long way to go. I mean, it's not that far, but when you're looking at how many teams are left here, 12 teams, that's what they're thinking is we're going to go here, we're going to gatekeep and play the long game.
Here's Absolute Monarchy getting gate kept currently. Defensive bombardment down. Shroom picks that one up. This squad, the Blockbusters, where are they coming from? Sleepy Panda left to try and fight this one out, but he's going to get finished off. Blockbusters now have about 9 kill points to their name. Coming out of nowhere, picking that one up. Quick armor swap along with the res. Safeson, we'll see if he gets anything else. There we go. Another purple for himself, as he was the selfless member of the squad. They do need to heal, though. Ring at their back. They can try and walk this one in. Are there any teams currently in the buildings? Keeping an eye on this high ground. They'll have a small platform to play off of. It does seem like just below them. And here's Team Rockstar trying to make their move, but Aves accidentally hits the lip of that fence, and this move just gets completely stopped there. All of his momentum gone. Crummy's the only one alive. Team Intel have been in this position since the beginning of the game. They'll get the knock onto Hakulo. Now, Team Razor, will they be able to recover? Bubble out, so Team Intel won't have the opportunity to try and push out aggressively.
Intel plays so smart. They're just so disciplined, understanding. Getting into this spot was not easy. Fending it off is not easy. Baby Thule takes a lot of damage on the outside of the building. Scissors, Phony, and the Pringles team could potentially get an angle right there that looks free, but again, nobody's popping out and poking out right now on that Pringles side. They're a little bit more concerned playing this end zone, trying to pick up as many placement points as possible, as Knock is going to finish off Hakulo inside of your kill feed. So Razor in a little bit of a tough spot right now. They're surrounded by a handful of solid teams, but it's been consistent as Oso Rated's going to go and pop that crypto EMP. But these are teams and names that we've seen consistently over these first 3 games in the end zone, and I'm definitely expecting that to take place after halftime. It's looking like we definitely have Intel, Benchwarmers, Pringles, all playing extremely well today.
Yeah, I feel like one more member of Benchwarmers might have been taken out, and that might be the last one left on Tomcat Ratcam. Never mind Team Razor. Never mind, Benchwarmers were up top. I am completely misremembering. Zeratricky is the rat left here. Applejacks are getting finished off. Intel picking up Blueberry Smalls there. Zeratricky, though, has some great angles to work off of. I believe the Benchwarmer should be able to just kind of jump across onto this roof. I don't know if Intel want to try and fight off of that, but I want to refocus here some of those barrels on to that second floor just to make this a bit more holdable. But for the time being, they have a lot of worries here. As you can see, buildings across the way. Players are playing off of that right now. Verhol's getting some decent damage off, but he's already got the red Evo for himself. As Team Intel, we're trying to get that last red Evo for Dupe currently.
Getting this caustic to the late game is extremely important for Intel. I can't wait to see what Skittlecakes does to execute with being the most powerful legend in these end game scenarios. Again, when you have Gibraltar on your team too, you're able to avoid any defensive bombardments, which would be the big weakness for this composition. They have rotations there with Valkyrie. There's some really great shots with the alternator to get the final thirst right there onto Oso Rated. So now we're stuck in a situation, as you can see, 4 full squads left. Everyone's going to be waiting. Are we going to get 2 separate fights and then the final 2 teams to win those gets going? We'll find out here very shortly. But one thing's for sure, look at how Intel is keeping all of the action in front of them. They are the safest by far on the map right now.
Yeah, Benchwarmers decided to opt for the other building here, now playing off the roof, playing on the low instead. And so that big scramble there on the east, you can see Blockbusters have their own building. Right now, Pringles and Benchwarmers stacked on top of each other. Skittlecakes even trying to move up some of those barrels for himself, it seems, to gain an early establishing position on the center zone. One of the barrels was cleared, but he does have one down, it does seem, as well. So this is going to be incredibly important to get those cooldowns back up. 10 more seconds before the final ring starts closing in. He should be able to build up 2, maybe 3 more barrels for the late game. And I have to imagine that he's been holding on for that Nox gas grenade.
So annoying to go against Verholz, where he's just taking all these angles. You can see the focus on his face right now, just trying to buy some time for the rotation to come through. They do have to rotate a little bit forward outside of the building, and Madness is holding that off angle, hoping that he could rip someone apart as they're crossing through, and then he's going to call for help from his teammates behind. But an interesting rotation to go through the bottom area, eat a little bit of damage, so that way he doesn't have to expose himself into the middle of the map.
Barrels are starting to get pre-popped now for Team Intel, trying to control that southern side. You can see the teams are eyeing that move, but barrels, this is what Skittlecakes was doing, and this is really what does set apart the good caustics from the great caustics, about having that foresight, making sure you have that zone control set up for yourself. Remember, you can have so many barrels out at a time. There's a knock onto knocked. It's going to be Skittlecakes picking that one up, and now the defensive bombardment connecting onto Verholz. But he does make his way back into the safety of the building. Like you said, Tom, Team Intel doing a great job keeping the fighting in front of them currently, being backed off by that nade, but they're making sure that the final 3 other squads are just fighting against each other as Team Intel now controlling a lot of this. Blockbusters trying to make their way on out as Madness and Co. have pushed on to the top of their building here, and he is trying his best to delay the drop down for as long as possible. Team Intel will eventually be forced out here, but they've got the barrels popping this entire time, controlling so much zone, should have another moment to go for the full heal as well. Dupe hitting another bat for himself. Pringles getting finished off very shortly here. Now Madness gets spotted out, but they have to be careful with their trigger discipline. Make sure they're targeting the right members, but Scissors comes in from above. He gets finished off. It's the final team members remaining.
Wow.
Blockbusters coming in with a huge game here in game number 3.
Really nicely done from Blockbuster. It started with them winning their 50-50 over towards the survey side. And then not only that, they were able to work their way from the choke area, get inside a geyser, come behind, and then win that final fight. Madness was playing extremely smart. Intel was playing extremely smart. I love the way Rojos was working around with that alternator. Unfortunately, I felt like that thermite was one of the best thermites we've ever seen, locking down the door, stopping Team Intel from going out. I think that threw them off. But either way, great game number 3.
Another top finish for the Benchwarmers who were in first place before this game. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break as we have hit halftime. When we get back for games number 4, we'll check in with the Mobile One leaderboard after this break.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the game first came out, and I just started playing as a hobby. It was a new game that came out and decided to try it out, and I figured out I was pretty good at it.
Record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one. As we see the L-Star.
I usually main Valkyrie and Comp so that we can use her ultimate for rotations, and then depending on the lobby we're in, I might swap out to Octane. And my favorite gun has got to be the Spitfire. Can't beat the 50 bullet clip in it.
Just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix, almost taking out Skid.
It's been night and day from my last team, and it's just great being able to actually play competitive with 2 players that I can trust to perform when I need them to. If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Yeso here once again in Studio Blue of Esports Arena HQ, and that was game number 3 of the day, and we still have 3 more ahead of us. I want to take just a real quick check on our player of the game for that one, and then I have a special guest joining me here for an interview here at halftime, but let's take a peek at who we had for game 3, and it's going to be Shroom, 5 kills and 6 assists, so that's a big game there for Blockbuster, just short of 1,300 damage for Shroom, and that's definitely going to shake up the standings. Had a bunch of squads very, very close at the top after 2 games, and it likely means we're going to have a very similar situation here after our 3rd one. Team Intel got into the top 3 in that last game, the second time they've been able to do it here so far today, and I am now going to be joined by one of those players who came and played Deal or Steal with me to start the show, and he's now joining me here for an interview. I've got Verholst joining me on the show once again. Welcome back, my man. It's been a long time, but let's just get into this real fast. 3 games down so far today. You guys have had a couple of top placings, but haven't been able to break through for that win just yet. What are your thoughts on how you guys have played so far?
I feel like we've been playing pretty well. We've only had like I'd say like 1 or 2 major mistakes so far. We're getting 2 out of 3 games we placed really well. We got top 5. One game we kind of choked a 3v3 fight. One of us went down, and a third party came and cleaned us up, which was unfortunate. But we know exactly what mistake we made, so we're not too worried about it because we know next time it's not going to happen. I feel like we're playing pretty good today. We're learning more about rotations, and that's the goal.
Now, coming into the season, you guys were the squad that I actually predicted to win this season. You were our best team in qualifiers coming into Season 3. Do you feel like the success you've had so far now through 7 weeks of play was expected? Do you feel like you maybe exceeded your own expectations with how consistent you guys have been?
Personally, I didn't really know if we were going to be a top team right away, just because we haven't competed against. Like, I've never really competed against some of these good pro teams up until Esports Arena, and after those first like 2 or 3 weeks, I knew right away we were capable of dominating, being on the top of the leaderboard the entire season, and we just had a couple great performances, and that's like set the confidence for us throughout the entire season. And now we think we're definitely capable of placing super high in ALGS as well as finishing out this Esports Arena season on top.
Would love to see that. You guys had a fantastic top placing this past weekend. You competed in the GLL Summer Arenas tournament, and you guys won the 10K just a couple of days ago. What was that entire experience like, and how much do you feel like you're able to take away from that different format and apply it here to Battle Royale?
Oh man, that was an insane experience. That was so much fun playing in that tournament, being in the same tournament once again with like G2, Sentinels, Alpine. It just feel like I'm blessed to even be playing with those same guys. It was super fun. It was definitely, we kind of pride ourselves on being a great mechanical team, and Arena is where we really prove that. We prove that our teamwork and our mechanics are some of the best compared to every other team. There's a lot we learned from that, a lot we learned around team fighting and 3v3 fighting, I feel like. We learned just how to coordinate team shots, how to coordinate pushes. I feel like we got a lot better at pushing as a team, pushing on isolated players, whatever opportunities arise. It's great, just like practice, really good practice. Yeah.
Hey, awesome. That's, some good scratch in your guys' pocket. That's a $4,000 prize for first place, so that's fantastic. Congratulations to y'all. We absolutely love to see it. And you still got 3 more games tonight. I'd imagine expectations are high for these last 3?
Oh, yeah. We're hoping we win at least one of these 3.
Okay. Hey, we will keep an eye on you guys. Love watching you so far this season. Love to see the success and keep bringing it to the table here on Intel Week. Thanks so much for joining me again, my man, and best of luck tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on here.
All right, that was Verholst of Team Intel. They currently sit in first place atop the Series E cumulative standings, and they're trying to chase down a bench warmer squad tonight that had a very strong start to the day. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off the second half of Open Night here on Series E. We'll be back in a few.
I've been playing Apex Legends since day one, and I found it by just scrolling through Xbox games because I was bored one day and I saw Apex and I just tried it out and I fell in love, and it was just the best game I've ever played.
We'll see if they've been able to get the res on the other side. Good disruption with that. But Rolders, they will take out the dupe. Verhulst now is going to push in for the 1v2. Skittle Cakes will not bat up as he wants to join in for this fight. The flank out as well, and they will be able to finish them off.
The champion that I play is Bloodhound, and the guns that I run are, my favorite 2 guns to run has to be the Volt and the EVA 8.
Now, and Verhulst is going to climb up on the side of the building to take the roof down. Skittle Cakes took a lot of damage, but he was just a distraction for Verhulst here. 2 down on the RCO side.
The role I play for my team has to be the fragger, probably, because I'm on the controller, so in close range situations, I'm always trying to output the most damage with guns like the Volt and the EVA. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had Blockbusters taking game number 3, and they had a pretty good game in terms of KP. So let's see where that puts them on our leaderboard. Gosh, why can't I say this tonight? I don't know what's going on with me, Tom. Why don't you just take over? Just do everything else.
I'm a Libra, man. I'm down for the Libra board, okay? So I think this is our Mobile One High Performance leaderboard. I think they pay for this kind of stuff. Benchwarmers sitting in first place, 49 points. Looking pretty strong. I mean, we know that when you're playing in the ALGS finals, you want to get to 50 points overall. And then once you get that win, you win the whole thing. Benchwarmers are sitting at 49, and right behind them is Blockbuster, who had a phenomenal game number 3. Where were they in game number 2? I don't even know what placing they were after that. They skyrocketed on this leaderboard.
Yeah, they had like 12, maybe 14 kills at the end of game number 3, and they had the +9 as well. Team Intel, though, keeping themselves in the running along with Team Razor right now, currently tied for 3rd place with 33 points overall. So this is still close, but Benchwarmers are slowly running away with this. They've been averaging 16.33 points per game across the last 3 games. Let's take a look at the Mobile One High Performance moment from game number 3, though. It's a very entrenched final game, and this is that thermite you were talking about, Tom.
Yeah, the thermite that just would never go away, and it made things fairly difficult for, in my opinion, Skittle Cakes, who really wanted to go out here and have a solid ultimate. And then Madness was being a nuisance the entire time as well, playing from the roof, playing from the side. All that extra damage that comes through has to go in onto Madness, and they don't get the kill for that. So that means, yes, I have to reload. I took some extra damage in an unlucky situation right there as Blockbuster exited the building basically at the exact time that they needed to. They could have waited an extra second or two, but they understood that this is our time to exit. Let's put our bubble down as well. And it's all about keeping that action in front of them, which Intel did so well the entire time. And towards the very end, I really feel like if that thermite wasn't at the door, they would have been able to get more information. They would have communicated more, and they would have applied their strategy to the final seconds of that game, but they just weren't able to.
Yeah, they would have had like another 2 seconds on the bubble as well, which is a huge amount of time in this end game circumstance. And now taking a look at the overall leaderboard, we know Team Intel definitely slaps when it comes to these open nights, and now they're starting to rebuild that lead they had up against Team Pringles, now separating them by 57 points there in first place. But we have to keep an eye on what's going on there in 4th place for Team Pop-Tarts. Now that lead that they had up against Splash has been cut down to under 20 points. So this is a huge moment for Nestle Splash to try and catch up. Here we go, though, heading into the second half of the evening as we get into game number 4. Let's join on board with the Blockbusters. Remember, this was a squad we saw in second game taking that Skyhook fight up against, I believe it was Nestle Splash, which did not go their way. But in game number 3, they came back huge by dropping over towards that survey side. Intel, though, looks like they might be getting 50-50 here. As you can see, Barrel's getting pre-popped now. And yeah, they do get the knock onto Daddy, as they'll be able to finish him off. Bubble's been used as well. Team Intel, no strangers whatsoever to getting 50-50 here, but they're going to be happy to find these early KP, and they'll be able to loot fairly quickly with how quickly they took this 50-50.
Yeah, you can see the smile on Verhol's face. He's like, yes, we need those points. We're going to take those immediately. And we saw what kind of snowball that could create for a team like Blockbuster in the previous game, where you get a couple kills and then a third party comes your way. You take them down. Next thing you know, you feel like you could take down anybody in the lobby. So that's a great way to start this after, unfortunately, finishing second place in game number 3. Then we saw the interview with Yeso where they were like, all right, well, we are winning one of these last 3 games, or we hope to. And also the skirmishing that they got from the arenas can't be overlooked. Again, if you're able to skirmish and win with the best of them, you're going to be able to do extremely well. All you need after that is just getting used to the zones, getting used to how to approach these situations. And I already feel like they know how to do that too. So really nice start here as we see what's going on with the Blockbuster side. They're sticking over towards the survey area, and it doesn't seem like they were contested this time around. After watching them win that game, I don't think I would contest them either.
Yeah, give them a wide berth, and I think, the team that ended up 15-15 them in game number 3 was a team that ended up deciding going down towards Lava City, giving those kills over towards Team Intel. We do have a team rotating in from the Epicenter side on board with Applejacks, though, looking to control. It seems like, well, it's not going to be beacon building for them, unfortunately, but they're rotating now down towards the south as we join on board with RKT, taking the fight to the Blockbusters here. Remember, Blockbusters are now our second place squad, and they might be taken out early.
It's interesting to see that this is one of the areas where we're seeing a lot of fighting in the beginning of the game, and it started over towards the Skyhook side. It started to move over towards that survey side. But this is how it's been going back to World's Edge in the very beginning, whether it's Epicenter and complexity and the amount of pressure that they put. It's just one of those spots of the map where teams love to fight because they realize there's not going to be that many third parties over here. But now third parties will start coming in with that rotation on that top left of your clock. It's down to the final minute over here in round number 1. BDP comes in with some knocks onto RSC. You can see how weak they are on the other side. Bursty has a huge advantage if he can go and hit this battery. This early in the game, you don't even know if the enemy team does have batteries, but BBJ is in the area too. So all hell really breaking loose to begin this game. Starts with a 50-50, goes to a second 50-50, and now we're going to have third and fourth parties.
Bubbles being thrown down as they secure these knocks on the ground. Rizuki gets finished off there. BBJ picking up 2 free points for themselves, and with launch being inside the ring, I mean, they can just camp these banners, make sure that player that just took that redeploy will not be able to get it. Doesn't seem like he's going to give any opportunity for it. Oh, that's actually just the retreat, as they'll be able to back off, take this loot for themselves, and bring in a lot of these armor swaps, and that's exactly what they're doing. So they're setting up for a long winter here. Our BBJ, as we did see, that ring is going to be pulling down, again, a lot of southern zones, but this one, it did pull north up towards Lava Siphon, so eventually this squad will have to move.
The rings have been pretty unpredictable today as well, and the teams that have predicted them, I've been so impressed with. Even Intel, yeah, getting second place is tough in that situation, but to predict a Geyser rotation, we saw Madness, Benchwarmers, 4 different teams all predicting and taking those buildings down there. If they thought it was going to Geyser and the way that it ended, they would have went to Geyser immediately. So that just goes to show the way that these rings have been rotating today and how difficult it is to pick these right spots. Sometimes it's not a perfect science over here. Splash is stuck in a tough spot. They need these points. Gibby using his bubble and now has to back off his Blight with the Havoc, just ripping him in the back.
Yeah, Malice Mamba had to use his port just to get out of there, so they don't have that for themselves. Up down to a 2v2. They're picking up some kills, though, and so things are now looking good. But Splash are still sitting on about 25 HP between the 2 of them. So this is a dangerous spot to be in. Blight can actually finish this one off, as he's going to go ahead and stick that res. Understand, they have to go for that full heal on the other side. Arcstars will cancel that one as he goes for that re-peek, and he finishes him off. Wow. Malice Mama going down. Blight secures that team fight win for Sniper meta. They'll be able to get everyone back on up safely. We'll see if there's any late rotates coming up from Skyhook, but looks like they're going to be safe for now.
It's like the middle of the map, and sometimes, when people are in the middle of the map, you don't expect them just to pick off a res like that, and that's what happened. Blight did a great job baiting the res out right there, but you also have to give a lot of credit to Protectful, who to me I think was probably giving a lot of information on over towards the side on where the enemy players were, whether they were healing, etc., etc. That's why it's so important to flush these players on the ground if you're able to, so you're not able to get called out and have your position be taken away, as Phony is going to be looking to do some serious damage with the charge rifle, a very small angle, but some big damage, hitting for over 60 on that one. And now the rotation is on. They're just trying to kind of buy some time, bully this team over towards the side, and get some free areas.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was still Rice Krispie Treats in survey camp for now. Pringles making that, I guess, a little bit late rotate from Climatizer here, but they're going to go ahead and give that team some, because they rotate in with the zone. And so now I'm working their way through Fragment. They shouldn't run into too much resistance here. It should be pretty free for them, as most teams have probably already locked down a position just north of Lava Siphon. So the teams that we saw earlier in game number 3 taking these spots should be much happier now, as this ring pull doesn't favor the Geyser side as much. But yeah, the rings have been so unpredictable today. I imagine, a lot of the buildings that we saw in the last game are going to be the power positions once again. So expect teams like Benchwarmers to be there once again, 6XZs, along with Applejacks. Here's Cheez-It, though, trying to play gatekeeper for the teams that are coming in. There is a squad inside No Name right now. Cheez-It might want to actually play aggressive for this one. Even though their armors don't look great, there is a beacon still inside the zone. So that's going to be something that they should highly prioritize.
Exactly. It's just a little difficult because this team, if you go down then you push over towards the beacon, or if you go and take this fight, third party comes in. But if you even leave your spot, someone's going to rotate towards where you're at. So you're hoping that this team just leaves and either goes inside the cave or just skedaddles on out. But will there be another team that even comes even later than that? You never really know. So you like the way that Cheez is playing this one, but you kind of hope that the rest of the teams around you play a little bit differently, so you can open up the rest of this map and take advantage of getting this next scan, because we don't know where this zone's going to pull. Like you were saying, very unpredictable so far today, but this is a priority spot. This is where so many teams are going to rotate through. We saw in game number 3, Razor was the victim of a handful of squads in this area, and I believe Blockbuster came into this area late too.
Yeah, Blockbuster showed up, and they're the ones that just laid the smackdown on everyone around here. And like you mentioned, Tom, sliding down this hill to try to get into No Name, it's almost like a suicide march. And so they've got to be careful in how they approach it. Finicky might have to use his bubble for them to try and gain control over that. And also the constant threat. They saw a team moving in from Fragment as well, getting scanned up from the eastern side. The team playing that choke as well. So it's looking like the option to try and go for that scan is running out for them. I don't think they're actually going to be able to pick that one up, even with a minute and 45 seconds to work with on this zone closing. So very unfortunate for Cheez-It to not be able to get that beacon. But maybe they just keep an eye on the squad that ended up pushing into that choke. Try and shadow them, play off of that info if they noted them picking up that beacon.
You want to get kills here, but you don't even really want to be contested at the same time, because we talked about the likelihood of a third party. So Cheez-It is in definitely a sticky situation with the spot that they're in, whether they have to make their way down the hill, whether there's going to be second or third parties that come around the corner. See what Team Razor's thinking is they look like they were trying to contest the spot, and it was a little bit too hot for them, so they're going to back off and try to find an extra way. But also, while they're doing that, they're getting armor checks, and they're also showing presence, so a team that is there doesn't rotate directly towards where they're at. Again, sometimes you just are trying to avoid fights, especially this early in the game, because you understand that the more teams that get surrounded, the more likely we're going to be collapsed on. And also, you have to pay attention in the kill feed. Team Razor is one of our hottest teams that we have, so if teams see them in the kill feed on the wrong side of that, they may even play extra aggressive just to get them out of here.
Here we are with Sniper Meta inside Harvester currently, as teams were trying to utilize that replicator, but They do get cracked and have to back up just a bit. A lot of utility actually coming out from either side as they're trying to find an opening here, but it's so difficult pushing this out. So they go for that bubble push now. Messiah should get his bat off in time for them as they reconnect for this, but almost getting the one clip, at least cracking that gold armor at the very least. Allows Blight and Messiah to play a bit more aggressively now, but they're forced to fall back. Protectful going down. Messiah dropping down onto the low. Might have just been misinput or something. I don't think you actually try and give up a height like that. And you can see Sniper Meta now getting full push. It's Blight by himself. And we'll see how much longer he can actually buy time or Messiah to join in on. 6xZ actually just turns around. There's the instant thirst onto Messiah. Sniper Meta started off so strong. Now things turn south for them. Blight is the only one alive, and Zone is closing in as well.
I like the way that Protectful was playing that. Messiah definitely had a little bit of an oopsie there falling down. That was definitely unintentional, but 6xZs, they're going to take that any day of the week. I mean, it was a staggered push, and when you go and you throw your bubble, the rule is everybody needs to kind of be playing around that bubble. Once everybody needed to heal, that's when they really needed Messiah there to kind of pop back and forth and hit him with the bait and switch. Unfortunately, you're going in a 2-on-3 situation right there. So as soon as he falls down, you got to basically yell, hey, guys, I messed up, or hey, I need at least 10 seconds. Call out how long that's going to take to get back over towards the top. Protectful got that info just a little bit too late, and he gets taken down because of that. Rice Krispies, they have a absolute trek in front of them. This zone is going to pull. Actually, wow, it pulls a little bit closer than I was anticipating towards them. So, again, I have not been able to pick one zone today. They've all just bopped back and forth, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do with that current situation. Is Intel, the scout with the 1-2 in the hands of Wolhurst. Not quite the alternator they had towards the tail end of last game, but he is still doing some serious damage with this thing.
Yeah, this is the position we saw Applejacks playing off of in game number 3. Intel were holding the building just within sight. You can see Verholz over there by Geyser. So Intel have been doing a great job making these macro calls, finding the spots that they want to be, and getting the caustic to the late game. And so valuable for them. There's a nice knock onto Kimchi Lee, so Rockstar. We'll see if they can recover him. He's, of course, I believe, on the Bloodhound, so they should have the Gibraltar bubble to use, or the bubble might have actually already gone down there. So a bit dicey for them, but with the cover that you have in Geyser, you might be able to just get it for free. We'll see. Dupe holding with that triple take as he goes for that peak, just punishing them. So Team Intel, once again, in another great spot. They already have 2 kill points, at least, actually, yeah, maybe 3 to their name, as 6xZs are looking to try and gatekeep this squad that's coming in. That's, I believe, Rice Krispie Treat that was moving through that choke.
We go from the triple take to the Kraber there, and I'm stoked to see if we can see some more headshots. We've only seen a couple of Krabers in plays. Tricky had one a little bit earlier in the series. We also saw Lion picking some body shots off, but they were able to capitalize as much as you would hope for. The Kraber is one of those things that's been talked about for a while, right? It's been, should it ever even be in competitive? I think so. I mean, I don't think that it's, you know, the hardest gun to use, but at the same time, you have to be extremely smart. You're not getting a ton of ammo, and a majority of the time when you're going for these Kraber shots, you're not even really in position to fully capitalize on that. So I think it's here to stay. I hope it's here to stay. It's definitely one of the more exciting guns to watch as a spectator. There's 145 to the back, and there it is, the 1-2-3 onto Rambo. And unexpected victim right there. Bubble res coming in for Knock. We'll see what Mattis is going to be able to do while they're still trying to buy some time to get Rambo back in this.
It's just very unfortunate timing for 6xZs with the zone about to close. Every other squad that was playing in Lava Siphon already moving their way on up, so they can't punish that. So it will be a res for Rambo. Now 6xZs have to clear out this north side of Lava Siphon. So you're going to have a team like Razor, I believe, that are already playing inside one of these buildings right now. Scanned up is 6xZs, and you can see that they're making sure that their back is clear as well. Early bubble out as Blake gets cracked there. We'll be able to reconnect with the squad, and this is the big worry. The scramble of the teams coming in from the south side. They can play off the buildings here. No one up in the crane as well. Defensive bombardment has gone down, and because the bubble was already used, they're just going to go ahead and back away. Team Pop-Tarts were inside that building, and they fend off the push, send that team back. They'll be able to play off this building for some time.
You can see in the minimap in the bottom right, kind of middle of your screen, where Lion's name is, the zone is pulling away from them. So they will eventually have to track on out as we see exactly where all the other players are located. It's that same position that they were in before for Finicky and Mollis. They're going to have to make their way over down towards that hill. They're going to be gate kept by multiple teams. Intel, Benchwarmers, Razors in the vicinity. You have Applejack still locking things down with hopefully Crypto on Oso rated inside of that building too. Not going to be easy to make your way down.
Yeah, it looks like Intel did move in a bit closer to center zone right now. Benchwarmers in a bit of trouble. Noct should be able to heal up and get back to the safety of his squad. Pop-Tarts keeping an eye on all the squads here down to their south. Now, they can try to play off of Bridge, but they still have a team that's contesting them. Razor is right below them as well. 6XZs can turn around on them at any point now. This is going to be a very tough rotate for 3 or 4 squads that are currently in the area. It does seem like Cheez-It did get finished off as they were trying to run down that hill. I don't know if they got flanked or what, but you can see the ping's going down here for Team Pop-Tarts. They want to try and play off the bridge, but Mooney cracked there. It's going to be an early port out for Lion. They try to get priority on this spot and get some decent scouting as well. But he might just go down for this port.
Great play by Lion. It's well timed. I think it's well executed. The placement of the portal is very strong, but they have to get there with the bubble and guard their back for everybody else that's going to want to take that spot. So as soon as this starts to close directly on them, that's when they're going to take it. Lion takes it a little early because he knows that he can go and actually strafe back and forth, and they're going to be okay. But there was a Caustic on the other end. It does get knocked. That's going to be obsessed. They weren't expecting that. There's the bubble as well. And it's just, again, a little bit of the staggering of the timing, Jamerson. I really feel like if they would have waited for the zone to close, then they go all 3 at the same time, they bubble on top of that portal, things just go a little bit differently. But when you all go staggered, you are put in situations where you're not really expecting. There was caustic barrels, there was players coming from all over the place. So it could be easy for other people to lose sight of the bigger picture and kind of take their own fights and skirmishes. That's what happened to Pop-Tarts right there.
It seems like Applejacks are in on that platform for now, but here comes a push out from Razor on to the bridge. Zeratricky connecting with these massive shots now, pulls out the G7 Scout with the hip fire. He's trying to go for the fast res very shortly here. Might go for the armor swap. Applejacks now jumping in for the third party. Great awareness coming up from Applejacks, seeing all that fighting taking place across the ways, and they'll be able to take them out. Now down to 8 squads remaining. Team Razor have gone down as well throughout all of this.
And that's why you didn't need the crypto here, and I thought that they had it, but no EMP. It's just Oso rated coming in, but it was a great bounce pad there from Blueberry, and then the follow-up from the rest of the teams. I really had a feeling based on the minimap, and we're very fortunate that we could see kind of where all the teams are located, that the last team in this area was going to be able to win. And from Pop-Tart's point of view, it seemed like everything was perfectly executed, right? The portal was there, everything was there, but you just got to come in very late in these instances. And look what Applejacks did. They are the last people to the party, and they are rewarded with so much loot.
Yeah, Koski had one last final shot on that. Kraber took it. Or you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Scans out. They note that Team Intel are basically in the respawn, in the building that's center zone right now. They gave up the spot that Applejacks were playing off of earlier, and now the barrels are getting set off, but they are getting cleared as well. So Team Intel have to be worried about this, because Applejacks want to try and take over this building. They can coexist. They can coexist. It's about who chooses violence, and it's going to be Skittlecakes peeking out to try and get a barrel, but unfortunately, it ends up hitting that railing. Here's a second opportunity. He needs to pre-pop that early, but it gets instantly cleared. So Applejacks now really is firing all cylinders, playing this one extremely well.
I like the thought process from Applejacks. I think Intel is doing the right thing too, not overextending, taking angles when you can. If teams are going to be coexisting outside your building, just kind of leave them and wait for the other teams to coexist outside the other buildings. But look at this. Dupe is aware of the potential climb up through the window, and he's covering that with his Gibraltar shield, and Skittlecakes is now allowed to go and take all of these different angles with the triple take with the flat line. So great teamwork, great communication coming in from the Intel squad.
Oosh. Nice kill there onto Strosuke. Instantly thirsted as well. They gotta be careful. They should be able to hear that their roof has been taken by Applejacks, and so they need to make sure that they didn't over peak when they poke out from that balcony. But they've got the defensive setup. Rockstar even showing up just behind them. So 3 teams basically stacked on this building. We have Benchwarmers playing this one out as a duo as well. They lost out on their third earlier on. Looks like Pringles playing on the roof above them here. So we have, 6 squads still remaining as Intel getting a bit cheeky with these barrels, getting some poke damage off, or at least making sure that Applejacks don't have completely free reign over their rooftop right now.
One defensive bombardment is going to change the entire outcome of this lobby because of the fact that it's going to force the bubbles out from the Gibraltars. And once those bubbles go down, it's going to really, really be interesting to see who comes out on top as Pringles now makes their way on to the 2-man squad with Knock and Madness. Benchwarmers have been doing a great job of getting towards the tail end of these games, but unfortunately they're going to be eliminated in 6th place by Team Pringles, who did a great job of understanding the situation. They waited for the scan from Presley. They realized what was going on the bottom side of that building. They infiltrate with the bubbles. Very well timed, very well played. Abe's somehow with a gray armor throughout all this. I have no idea how that happened, but it's time to at least get a blue Abe's. It's zone 6. It's closing.
Everyone just getting real thirsty for this last kill, and there we go. Krispy gets finished off. The rat is down, but Team Pringles loses out on scissors for that, forcing out the bubble early, and that is not great timing for them. With the zone closing in, they're going to want that, but here comes the defensive bombardment, forcing Rockstar off of the rooftop. They slide on down, and oh boy, Phony answers back. There's the next knock onto Crummy. Kimchi Lee is the only one up. Intel trying to delay their push outs for as long as possible. Pre-popping barrels making their way on out. Oso Rated R is the first one to get the knock, but do they get any help from the other squad? Skittlecakes has fallen, and now Team Intel about to go down in 3rd. Verhulst is trying to creep up. Luckily for him, he's got the cover of the gas for now, but here's the full send out from Applejacks to secure these kills. Kubsky the one on Skittlecakes, but that's going to allow Team Pringles now to push up with that defensive bombardment. Should have the HP advantage as well. The jump pad coming out from the Applejack squad, but they jump right into the waiting crosshairs of Team Pringles. They should be able to take this. There we go. Alternator out, finishing it off. Team Pringles take the win here in game number 4.
Applejacks played that so well, but you have to give credit to Phony and just the trigger discipline right there. That fight was a lot closer than I was expecting. We saw, I think, 2 players go down on Team Pringles. And when you looked at the way that they were just flying through the air, you're like, there's no way Applejacks is going to pull this off. They almost did, but because of that great alternator shots, because the EVA 8 was connecting for almost max damage, there was no stopping Team Pringles that instance. They took game number 4, but that was an absolute bloodbath. We had 3 teams coexisting on one building, 2 teams on the other, and they've all been at the top of the leaderboard today.
Yeah, and our top 2 teams heading into game number 4 didn't have, have stellar games here, so that creates a huge opening now as we head into the games 5 and 6 for the rest of the pack to catch up. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 right after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Skittlecakes, and this is Intel's Tips and Tricks. Alright guys, today I'm going to be showing you guys how to tap strafe.
First thing you want to do is just go into your settings, head over to mouse and keyboard settings, and you're going to want to go to move forward, select that, and make that scroll down, or scroll up, depending on whichever you prefer. It doesn't matter, it just has to be your scroll wheel. Next thing, you're just going to want to get a bounce pad down. You're going to use the bounce pad and double jump in the air, and then right after you double jump, you're going to use your scroll wheel that we just bound to move forward, and you're going to turn your mouse either to the left or to the right to tap strafe in the direction you want to go. Just like that. That's simple. Double bounce, scroll, and turn.
Thanks for watching Intel's Tips and Tricks with me, Skittlecakes. Hopefully it helped you elevate your gameplay. If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Intel products.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance the episode. Go for the goal. It's one all, one shot. Now the future is yours. Let's go.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, game number 4 all set. And Team Pringles grabbing the victory there. Team Intel and Razor kind of feasting on each other earlier on in the game, and they don't get inside that top 5, but Pringles able to grab the victory. Let's check out our next player of the game here for week number 8. Probably going to be from Team Pringles here. Let's see who that is going to be. Also do want to remind you guys we are still running the giveaway. Of course, if you want to get in on it, win one of these awesome Intel Gamer Days prize packs, make sure to use ! giveaway in chat. It's going to go over to Phony, the man himself, 6 kills and 3 assists. And look at that damage, over 2,800 damage. Phony just frying. We saw him with the alternator there in the late game, hitting all of his shots with the Eva as well. And Phony continues to be that big carry for Team Pringles. Fury and DePressley fill out that lineup very well, but Phony certainly leads the way in the fragging department, so no surprise here that he's going to grab player of the game here for game number 4. Now we'll have to see if this is enough for them to significantly close the gap there with benchwarmers. Obviously, at the very least, 9 kills means that we're getting at least 21 points in that game for Team Pringles, but we'll have to see how things shake out on the Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Tom. Also want to let you guys know if you want to check out maybe Team Pringles stats or Team Intel's, some of their highlights and clips from throughout the season, you can use !Team Intel or !Team Pringles in Twitch chat right now to get all these stats and clips and highlights that you need. So make sure to make a use of those whenever you're watching us here at Series E. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we just have 2 more games left on Open Night here for Intel Week.
Hey, what's up guys? This is Verholst and this is Intel's Tips and Tricks. Today I'm going to show you guys how to bunny hop on controller. So to bunny hop, all you do is you slide, and at the end of your slide you jump, and at the end of that jump you jump again, and you do that on repeat. So you just keep spamming jump. You can do it straight or you can do it to the left or right. But to do it to the left or right, you have to look slowly to the left or slowly to the right as you're slide jumping. And you move your left thumbstick diagonally in the direction you're going. So if you're going right, it'll look like this. If you're going left, it'll look like this. But you do that while slide jumping. So this is what it looks like. It takes a while to get used to. Even I'm not perfect at it. But it's very useful to get around corners or to carry momentum into heels or carry momentum off jump pads. It's very useful and competitive, and every pro player knows how to do this. If you want to be great, you should learn how to do it too. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
All right, welcome back to Intel Week here at Series E. We've had 4 separate teams winning across the last 4 games. We have 2 more left to go, so we need to desperately check in with the leaderboard. I said it right this time, guys. So we know good things are in store for us. Let's see if the Benchwarmers were able to maintain their first place position. And it's narrowly. Team Pringles now move into second place, just 4 points behind the Benchwarmers. And Team Intel are still keeping pace, 10 points behind Benchwarmers and only 6 points behind Team Pringles, Tom.
A lot of our partner teams trying to catch up there to Benchwarmers and Blockbuster. They're sitting in the middle kind of all of them. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens in these last two games. Still basically anybody's overall. We could even go to, say, Team Splash and say that they have a chance as well. If you're sitting around 20 points or more, you're pretty decently in the running right now. It's not guaranteed if Benchwarmers or, say, Pringles have a decent game here. But so we've seen a lot of different styles of gameplay. We've also seen the strengths from a lot of teams. We haven't seen many weaknesses. It's been a lot of good plays overall. And I've been impressed again with the way that Benchwarmers especially, it just seems like Madness and Knock are staying alive to the very end. Rambo, unfortunately, has been getting focused, and that's what they do. They focus the Bloodhounds and, in arenas or in general, like they'll focus the Lifelines. Anyone without movement or a get out of jail free card typically goes down in these high level scenarios. And it's been Rambo kind of getting, the 1-2-3 Kraber with the charge rifle in the back, for instance. He just seems to be the focus point, but they've done such a great job of utilizing the map and what's in front of them to weasel their way around, pick up a lot of points in terms of placements, and also getting some kills along the way. Then we're seeing teams like Pringles execute on all levels. We're seeing Intel predict where zones are going to go. Unfortunately for Intel, if they were able to just finish these games off, I feel like they'd have an extra, 10, 15 points by far.
Yeah, Intel have been calling it almost like they're like 4 for 5, I think, so far in terms of positioning for center zone for the late game. And that has net them 46 points overall, keeping them in the running. So we'll see. They made the call, with 3 games left to go after the half. They said, we're going to win one of these, hopefully. And they're getting close. They're ever so close once again. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moments of game number 4. And it was Team Razor fighting off the bridge here, but Applejacks come in for a beautiful third party. The timing was just so perfect coming out from them.
It was absolutely insane watching how we started with Pop-Tarts, and it was a great job by our observers to catch how Lions started things off, and then it was Razor coming through, and then Applejacks flies through with the bounce pad. It was very well timed, perfectly executed, caught Team Razor off guard, and they were still in the middle of looting and healing too, so there really wasn't much chance of them being able to even win that fight. That's how you want to approach these situations if you're Team Applejacks. Very well done.
Yeah. And Applejacks had another top finish here for themselves as well. This is another squad that we look towards, really being able to play for center. Just were not able to really because they needed to commit for some kill points, right? When it comes to the second half of the day and you see yourself trailing a bit, you know that you have to go for some of these aggressive plays. You need to go across the bridge. You need to take this jump pad. And then they repositioned right after this as well. I believe they took the building above Team Intel. Eventually got forced off by Team Rockstar. Let's go ahead and take a look at the cumulative leaderboard to see what the performances have done for our team so far. Team Intel finally are growing that lead once again in first place. Team Pringles trying their best to keep up pace. With that win will definitely help them out. But like I said, we need to keep an eye on Team Pop-Tarts and Nestle currently there right on the bubble, just tailing each other. Only an 18-point difference between Team Pop-Tarts and Nestle Splash right now. With 5 weeks of games, with 4 weeks of games after this week, time is really running out. And so this race is going to be important to keep an eye on.
Math test for everybody. How did everybody determine that was 20 points or 18 points? I did plus 20 minus 2. I'm curious how everyone else was going through that thought process. We've already seen numerous memes about it, and I'm never going to go one-on-one against Jamerson in math. That's for sure. So this guy pulls math out of nowhere. But Rockstar, Applejacks, Cheez-Its, they need points on top of points. Rice Krispie Treats, they need a prayer at this point, and I'm not quite sure what they're going to be able to do to, with a couple weeks left to get back up there. I think really we're looking at Splash and Pop-Tarts. I'm hoping that we have a scenario like Season 2 where someone just rises up out of nowhere and then takes that spot or makes it a lot more interesting. But right now it seems like Splash, who is starting off slow and then started to heat up, and then Pop-Tarts, who's been really hot sometimes and then really cold sometimes as well. It's going to be really fun to watch those two teams kind of go at it, and had an opportunity to play a handful of Apex with both of those teams. And I feel like they're both capable and they're both deserving of being a Series E, but in the cumulative, leaderboard, only 4 of the teams make it into the next season and the rest have to go through relegation.
Yeah, Rice Krispies currently 220 points down. It's doable, like you mentioned, of course, noting Team Intel and their like amazing meteoric rise in the second half of Season 2. But are we seeing the adjustments coming out from Rice Krispies? For Team Intel, we saw them commit heavy edge. They were, at points, I believe, they were running like Rev Octane, right? Team Intel, some of the games, just because they knew they had to frag out. They had to make it the point, and they couldn't do it off placements alone. But here we go, heading into game number 5. We've got 2 more left tonight. Heading into game number 5, let's go ahead and join in with the winners from game number 4. Team Pringles dropping over by, I believe they're a Climatizer team, and they're not getting challenged this week around. Well, generally and historically, they have been. So it's been easier games, I would say, not having to take those fights. But we might actually have a fight over at Skyhook on the eastern side. So while we're joining on board with Team Pringles, we'll keep an eye on Skyhook for now.
See what kind of loot we're able to get. Love it. 1 gun, and RE45 is the 1 gun out of 4 pills. Feel your pain there, Phony. That's how a majority of my games go when I'm looting up as well. At least you're able to get 1 weapon to defend yourself, and there's nobody even in the vicinity. So getting that blue armor is good. Purple armor coming in for Presley as well. I just got to get Scissor going, and look at that. Hello. Just don't check the bins. Apparently everything's right there that you need. Devotion is it's still one of my favorite guns as we take a look at what's going on with the zone. Finally, a northern side zone. It's just that we see the L-Star coming through. We know the Volt's extremely strong. The Havoc's kind of fallen out of style, and it's almost virtually impossible to find a turbocharger on the map. So that's why we're seeing it kind of fall out of style. But one thing's for sure is these teams that are living up in that area. Let's see, what was the one team that it wasn't Benchwarmers? They've been landing over towards the Fragment side. Who's landing on the very north hand side at Climatizer? Do we know?
Climatizer is Pringles.
Pringles, okay. So they're going to be loving the zone. I mean, this is very different than the first 4 games, so we're going to probably get some even more different results along the way. So what was it, 2 of the same exact zones that we had before? So that's never really fun as a player. You get that redo type of scenario, but you're always kind of hoping for some sort of diversity over here. And R301 Volt coming in for money. This is an extremely powerful combination. You got the gold mag on there. You're just going to be able to rip automatic shot after automatic shot. I would not want to go against this Bloodhound.
Yeah, with this specific ring pull, I want to see what a team like Benchwarmers do coming out from Frag West, just to see how they try and play off of that. We typically see the teams that play center when the ring pulls up, teams like TSM, which will end up taking Epicenter side and just playing the high ground and rocks there. But it's Rockstar getting themselves into an early fight and uncharacteristic, early rotation coming out from Rockstar there, getting the knock onto Daddy there. That's going to be a quick one. That brings this down to a 3v2 for them. And jumping into the portal is Charlie Whiskey. Had a few too many shots of that one. Had the audacity to just push 1v3 into the bubble, and Rockstar, they're going to be the beneficiaries of that +3, clearing out Skyhook now.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Charlie Whiskey could be 1 or 2 deep to me making plays like that. And Daddy needs to Daddy chill, because he just kind of yeeted it into that bubble there, walked right past an Arcstar, and took a 1 versus 3 that just wasn't a situation where you really want to be in as RKT. They're over here trying to fight with a charge rifle team, and I believe it was Blockbuster as a team that lands over towards Survey as well, so they're going to be feeling good about the zone pulling up over towards the north-hand side, and they're already sitting inside the top 5, so it's going to be fun to see what they're going to be able to pull out. But Rice Krispies is getting infiltrated on big time.
This has to be Pringles on the other side, and they do have a huge armor advantage, at least 2 purples up against the whites and the blues of ARC-18. That's why that gives them the confidence to go for the full push. Nice little flank, though. They might catch them off guard, but they retreat into the building, get an arc star in, at least forcing him off the door, and they got the connect. Nemusona's calling, let's just get the hell out of here. Markley got the knock onto him, and so it was actually Blockbusters that held this position down, so they lose out on 2. Nemusona will go down. Blockbusters picking up the kills onto RKT once again.
Yeah, and in case you're a boomer, Blockbuster, they went out of style a while ago. This is not one of our partner teams. There's not some random like Walmart Blockbuster deal that's going down. They're just trying to bring it back in style, and hey, they're doing a really good job today. I mean, when I looked at our open teams, I would have probably, put them in our top 5 open teams, but I wasn't expecting them to pop off the way that they did. I think it was game 3 that they came in with a vengeance, just destroying people over towards that survey side. This is where they land, so you know that they feel comfortable fighting here.
Valk rotate. I'm wondering if that was Team Intel making their way into survey camp right now with a team that has been heavily focused on it. You have to imagine it is. Team Pringles find themselves in a fight up against Cheez-It as well. Presley getting that first knock, and here we go, joining on board with them, still over here at Climatizer of all places. Scissors has to back away though, taking a lot of damage. They got the knock on the Finicky and the finish with that at least, and Mollis going down, so I believe it's just Golden left up for Cheez-It right now. Third party attempt coming out, so this is going to be a fast recovery from Team Pringles, awaiting that third party. Scissors still hasn't fully healed up, but he'll get the passive heals at the very least on that Octane. And there's Golden trying his best, I believe, to secure those banners. Will he be able to safely make it out? And does seem like he will, but to what end? Where do you res here?
What dance would you call that, Jamerson? Is that the do-si-do? Is that like the shuffle? Was that the electric slide? I'm not quite sure what that was, but it worked, and he got the banners. Phony was trying to rip the charge rifle shots in, but maybe just needed to take a little bit more time to line those up, and he's going to skedaddle on out of there, and Presley's going to get back to the team as well. So missed opportunity there for Pringles, but they still will tack that one down to, we'll just get those guys later, maybe even farm a little bit, as there is a couple respawns in the vicinity.
Yeah, I think they actually, Golden did go down, so we are down to 17 teams remaining now, as Pringles will be able to pick up this loot for themselves. I mean, they already had the entirety of Climatizer loot to work off of, just more coming in. Team Intel did not rotate early into that northern position, so they're just taking their time over here by the replicators and getting themselves topped off. Late rotations coming out behind them as well. I'm wondering, is this Applejacks? What are these late rotates as Zone 1 still closing in?
Yeah, this is a very weird fight. I mean, Geyser fights are fairly rare unless it's a 50-50 or unless the zone's actually taking place, because the team that lands there is just going to Geyser on out, or go whatever way the zone's going to be. So if the rotation's coming through, you're just as surprised that someone's rotating through there as you are that there's still a team here as this zone is closing. So this is about 2 minutes staggered than what teams normally do. So I can definitely understand that both parties were caught off guard there as we take a look at PSS and what they're doing, and looking fairly healthy on the map right now. They already have a scan on where round 2 is going to be. Messiah coming through with the flatline. Wow, back-to-back knocks with the flatline there as he takes down Psycho and Gordo. The last player gets scanned up on the roof. Amazing EVA 8 control right there, and that's how you shoot that weapon. I mean, a lot of players try to shoot that like it's a, especially new players will shoot it like it's a PK and fly it around and try to flick like it's the Mastiff. It's all about slow control right there, and Messiah, one of our top controller players, is going to show how it's done.
And they also secure this beacon for themselves, and so they'll have a better idea where ring number 3 goes. RSZ, the team playing off edge here on by No Name now, and so they'll eventually have to run up north and have to deal with the amount of teams that are already in position over by Climatizer. Should be able to play off rocks though and hug the eastern side if they need to. Balloon as well. They have that option for them. Doesn't seem like any team's looking to gatekeep or play hard edge up against them, so this might actually just be a free rotate for them, surprisingly enough. Now we do know that Intel were still out, I believe, down by Geyser, so this is good timing for RSZ to be moving, to be not be caught out off guard by that squad. Scans over towards Overlook just in case, because these games definitely have been extremely strange. So I like that Shosuke actually went for that scan.
And when you have your Beast of the Hunt or you have your, rotation coming through, it's always nice to get that random scan. You never really know. Even if, you catch out a rat in that instance, since you're on the edge right here, that's a free rat kill. And I like that. I mean, I'd rather have my teammate using his scans than not scanning at all. Just like if I'm playing with a lifeline, I don't want to have to beg for the drone to come and, heal me or res me, which I feel like I'm doing 90% of the time. So, here goes the rotation coming in from the other team as well. And it looks like it could have been, it doesn't look like a full squad, Jamerson. This could be, it actually is a full squad. It's a little too bright on my screen. That is the value of Valkyrie, though. This would be a very tough gatekeep. And now you can just get out of dodge, fly into another spot on the map, hopefully, and you're not really just landing on anybody, which we've seen in the meta when Valkyrie was being used a lot.
Team Razor playing out of that Skyhook tunnel. Don't know if that's the jump pad Hakulo actually wanted, but it's the jump pad that he's going to get. But right now they're just trying to gatekeep the squads coming out from Skyhook. They're going to just rotate around them, though. But for Team Razor, it's all about just holding down this position and try to play late into survey camp if the ring does end up pulling towards this. We'll find out in just a moment. You can see a number of teams have held up position already. We at least note 2 that are inside survey camp proper. It looks like it's 6XZs that are playing off of that beacon building just to the south as well. So they might want to get involved in that fight very shortly if they see any knocks. You can see they are starting to turn around. Baby Tuli and Hakulo. Zeratricky's already taking some pre-shots off, forcing out the bubble. Got the knock onto Box of T as well. But no knocks on the other side. 6XZs aren't giving away or aren't getting any trades for them. So Team Razor, well, I'd be surprised if they go for the full commit here.
Love the aiming and there's a tracking coming through from Zeratricky. He's always, just in the right spot at the right time, but his tracking with whatever weapon he has always been so impressive. We see him use the R301 a lot. This time it's the Hemlock with the 2-4, leading his shots perfectly, predicting where these players are going to go, and that's half the battle here. Is Team Razor is in the zone. They're just going to be big chilling. Like you said, though, they're not going to continue to fully commit. In the kill feed, we're actually going to see Z Davis go down. And Krispies going to get involved on the Lion, too. That's a pretty big fight if we can hop on over to that and see what's happening, because I think that's close to the zone.
Yeah, it's just outside of Climatizer here. Mooney, Beast of the Hunt has ended. He tops that scan off, but still a 1v3. And can go be ballsy and go for that peak. Hopefully another squad shows up, but he gets the 1v1 above. Crispy will be able to finish him off. RSZ cleaning things up on that end. They have to worry about the third parties themselves, though, and so Crispy's going to play this extra cautiously as the nades do come in, and so the squads in the area, in the surrounding area, are eyeing them up for that third party. Luckily for them, they don't take any damage, so they don't give anything away, but here comes the full send. Defensive bombardment just to try and slow things down, but Arcstar connects onto Crispy. Another nade making its way into the truck, and it's going to be Sung that gets the knock on to Rizuki, and what? What happened to Sung?
What did I just see? Yeah, what was that? Sung gets just one burst over towards the side, and then I swear there was like a respawn banner that just got picked up through the wall when none of his teammates were actually down. I don't know what I'm seeing right now. There's just so many grenades that Apex Legends doesn't even know what to do because they've never seen so many grenades inside of a little blue trailer. As BDP now takes the high ground, and Bursty's going to be the lone Crypto inside this lobby, actually, after Osa Rated is going to switch on back on over from Crypto to Gibraltar. And this high ground position is extremely powerful, but they're going to say, hey, we want the kills along the way. We want the loot along the way. We understand the circumstances is too free, and they're going to go for that. Everybody loves free stuff. Going back to Crispy, though, even though they get taken out, I love that he just did a quick little armor swap, even though it was purple to blue. Because if he was to hit a battery there, he was already losing health meds and he wouldn't have time to heal. And you could see there's not even time to talk about the stuff, let alone to go and try to heal and hit 4 seconds for a battery as Applejacks is now pushing forward.
Yeah, they got the Thermite connect on to the Gibraltar, got the crack as well, and they go for the peak. Now EMP out from Bursty, but it's really not going to do much as the armor's already gone on the Applejack side. Coming back around, though, as now Kupski is the only one up for his squad. And Kupski's been in this position before, left to try and rat things out. There you go, Bursty, the only one alive for his squad now. We're down to 10 squads here. Sung, remember, he's the one that somehow just got deleted off the map somehow. I don't even know what happened to him. They do recover his banner, but do they have a mobile respawn beacon? No, they don't even have time to even consider it. Ring's going to start closing in, and they are getting gate kept by a charge rifle now, Tom.
It's probably my least favorite thing in the world is getting gate kept by a charge rifle. So I feel their pain right now as the slide through is coming in, and you have defensive bombardment and bubble here. So the question is that respawn close enough to the zone to go for it? It's so tempting, but I think that with round 3, you have time to do it, but it's going to be cutting out extremely close.
Benchwarmers have hit the top 10 now. They've also got some kill points for themselves as well. Double purples along with the red onto Noct, and you hold down this northern position. You can see the Ring pulling hard up north, and the pings are already down for the Benchwarmers. They want to start playing off the train carts that are on tracks right now. We'll find out exactly why, and that's the Ring pulling hard away from Survey Camp. So teams like Rockstar currently to try and play the gatekeep. But they're going to have to worry. I believe this is what? Razor on the other side. Razor deciding to not actually fight for the train tracks themselves. Of course, having that option with the jump pad. They could just try and play for the rocks in just a moment. There's another full squad behind them, though. Things are looking a little bit scary for them. But they have plenty of cover to play off of. They haven't even used their bubble quite yet. With Hacula... Ooh! Getting cracked right there. With Hacula having a gold armor... Or, excuse me, gold helmet, though. I imagine that maybe Zeratricky has a gold helmet as well. And so they'll have a lot more bubbles than other squads, but they need to do something about this huge pileup. You can see all the other teams that were banking on Survey Camp did not even move when they saw this next zone. So Team Razor have their work cut out for them, but this is an opportunity for them to pick up a lot of kill points.
Everybody with gold armor, stay on the right-hand side. If you don't, stay on the left-hand side of the map. That's basically how we're separated right now. And how the heck does Team Razor always get such good loot? I mean, I know where they land. I know that they are mixing it up big time. Let's take a look at our Tomcat Rat Cam here in game number 5. It's Kupski, who's played a handful of different legends so far in Season 3 of Series Z right now, rocking that Bloodhound, but we've seen him basically on everything. We've seen him from Wraith, Seer, Bloodhound, Gibraltar. Kupski can really play it all. Octane, and now we see what Razor's doing. Hacula with some good bursts right there, but this is that advantage when you have the cells, when you have the gold armor, you don't really have to hit that battery, and you can get right back into the fight fast enough as Rambo's going to steal that one and just keeping their head on a swivel as Razor is stuck in the middle of nowhere right now. Zeratricky with the well-timed bubble. I thought it was going to be late, but it was just in time for him to go and get these heal-offs. Now they're going to have about 10 seconds to reset in this vicinity. It's so important to try to get to one side or the other. You don't want to be stuck in the middle of the train tracks right there. That's what they do. Now they find a little bit more cover. Well done by Team Razor. Looked like they were in a scary spot on the ropes, but one team that's not slowing down is Blockbuster. They land over towards Survey. They've been clearing out the area for quite some time, and they're looking like serious contenders to potentially take first place today.
We're also seeing a Valk rotate out from Survey Camp right now. That team drops is going to cause a lot of havoc. Blockbuster's just noting one on the low. Here's the slide down, forcing out the bubble instantly in. That's going to be Stomps going down, but Sleepy Panda answers back, taking out Save Sin. He should be able to get this res here, and we've got a lot of cover, and most of the teams that are remaining are playing off the north right now. We've got Benchwarmers up there finishing off BVN. We've also got Razor up there as well. 5 squads, 12 players remaining. Benchwarmers have all the armor swaps off, and they've got this zone here too, looking to finish things off in a big way. They had the 4-point advantage up against the second place squad heading into this game, and now they're about to string together another strong game. And so they will be major contenders heading into the final game of the evening in just a moment. Madness with the port just to get them an angle and get involved in this fight. Noct is up there with him as Rambo just falls back to play anchor for his squad. Doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get a knock onto Team Razor, though, who are playing turtled inside that train cart now. And so we're dropped down to the final 4 squads in this game.
And these are squads that we've seen consistently be at the top today. They're sitting towards the top of the leaderboard. Every point really matters here, every placement, every kill, every decision as well. because of how evenly these teams have been matched today. I like the positioning for Razor, but they do have to eventually make their way out into the open just a little bit more into the next train cart, and that's why you see pings are going down as well, where they want to hold. If they get towards that slow side of the zone, that's going to buy them a little bit more time, but you can see the 3-team firing squad just sitting and waiting for the bench warmers side of the map. They are just trying to prey on Razor, and you also have the high ground being owned by Blockbuster too. So it's coming down to Zeratricky and how he wants to approach this with the bubble. To me, it also looks like Hacklo is ready to do a crazy bounce pad play.
Yeah, they've already handed off the gold helmet, I believe. This time it's going to be on Zeratricky. So they'll have the extra bubbles. Really defensive bombardment, coming out there, though, as they're going to try and run their left-hand side flank and hope that the attention is drawn away. Rambo ends up getting the kill, at least, finishing off Kubsky, but man, that port comes out, the bubble comes out a little bit late there for Zeratricky, and Baby Tooley is the only one up left, and so Benchwarmers left in a 3v3 right now up against Blockbusters. They find themselves a nice corner to play off of here, but they're going to have to peek out up against the Benchwarmers, who know exactly where they are. Rambo trying to get aggressive, but he gets peeked by 2 members, gets cracked, and now he's dropped down to 40 HP, stuck behind the rock, and he goes down, and that's that patented Rambo aggression you talk about all the time, Tom, leaving things in a 2v3. Madness and Noct versus the 3 members of Blockbuster. Can Blockbuster clean things up? Madness now left in the 1v1, but the HP advantage goes over to Shroom. Shroom will be able to clean it up, getting a second win for the Blockbusters here in game number 5.
The Blockbusters, don't tell them that I never returned any of my video games or movies, because I don't want them coming for me. Holy cow, they are playing so well today. Unfortunately, Rambo gets dropped, creating a 2 versus 3. I thought Madness was going to be able to pull it out. Great composure by Shroom at the end in 2 out of 5 games. I don't think anyone predicted this. Great job by Team Blockbuster.
Yep, we're going to take one last break. When we get back, we'll have the final game of the evening right after this.
Let's 2 teams. Focus to Gibby. Keep bubbled. Push the bubble. Nice. 2 down. Nice swipe. Shield swap. Shield swap. Last team's coming. Through my bubble. Bubble fight. Nice. Decimated. Good job, boys. 3v6. If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip.
Blockbuster with another victory tonight, and they're going to be looking really good when we check our Mobile One leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Tom, and they grab another big victory here. Let's check out our next player of the game here, as game number 5 is all done and behind us. And just one more game remains ahead of us here for open night here in Intel Week. And don't forget, we will have Pro Night tomorrow as well, but let's finish off the night here. So player of the game for game number 5, let's pull that one up, and it's going to be Markley. 5 kills and 4 assists, just eclipsing that 1,000 damage mark. Is a good place to be, and that's another big game for the side of Blockbusters. That's at least 21 points for them in the standings, and it was looking like Benchwarmers were maybe going to run away with it earlier on in the day. Even when they weren't winning, they were still putting good points on the board, but Blockbusters in the back half of the day here really charging up the standings, and now we'll have to see if they can kind of put this victory on ice with the final game ahead of us. Do want to let you guys know, if you want to get some Esports Arena swag, we were talking about that Esports Arena mystery box is going to have some awesome merch in it that Verhulst won earlier today, or maybe an Intel jersey like I'm rocking here, some joggers. You can grab those at shop.esportsarena.com, and if you use promo code INTEL15 at checkout all through this week, you'll get 15% off your order. So that's shop.esportsarena.com. Make sure to check that one out. We're going to a quick break, but when we come back, our last game of the day, we'll see our high performance moment and get ready to close the show. Jamerson and Tom will be back in a few.
Skittles, can we push this team inside? They're walking out in the open right now. The Bloodhound's one shot. Can we push the Gibby? The Gibby's alone under. He's one shot, knocked him. One left. Let's go, boys. Good job. Another dub, let's go. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Game number 6, it all comes down to this here in the open night for Intel Week at Series E. Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard, as we've had the Blockbusters taking 2 out of 5 victories, but that does not put them in first place. It's still the Benchwarmers clenching onto that one. 73 points overall to the Blockbusters 65. And we also have 2 other teams, maybe even 3. Team Intel can still be counted in this one, Tom.
No doubt about it. And they have been consistently getting to these end zones, just not able to close it out. Minor, adjustments that could be made. But, one thing's for sure, they have the skirmishing power. They have the individual play, the mechanics, everything that they need to go and take this one and continue to improve as a team. Benchwarmers, we're seeing what they're made of, right? They're really good at a lot of different areas of their game, but mainly I've been so impressed with the way that Madness has been able to stay alive and kind of play this unorthodox style that in a meta with scans left and right, Bloodhounds, Cryptos even in our lobbies today, not any Sears, but he's somehow just with a 1 or 2 man squad staying alive and able to get those and squeak those extra points out, and that's been the big difference today.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment from game number 5 for the Benchwarmers here, as for the Blockbusters here, where they just had this excellent position, right? They were playing off of the peaks, and Rambo just over aggressive gets taken out, bring this one down to a 3v2. I mean, the Benchwarmers had the winning spot, but it was just that over aggression from Rambo.
I think that he was trying to get to the rock and then hold that down and be a nuisance at that point. But really, it's not his job to do that. It's Madness's job to do that, because if a grenade comes down, there's more than enough time for Madness to queue and phase back to where his teammates are. And then you got to keep in mind of who's on your team. You have two of the strong, yes, Rambo is extremely strong Slayer, but you have to have confidence in Madness. You have to have confidence in Knock that they're going to go and make that play, that they're going to bubble forward or, phase out when they need to. And Rambo, again, has been basically just a little bit out there in terms of his positioning for the Bloodhound. So if he could tighten up just a little bit more, I feel like that they would be, pushing 100 points on every given point in day, because when they play like this, it's tournament winning, and it's, very impressive to see. A lot of different areas of their game, when other teams are playing this well, are not easy to execute at this high level, and they're able to do that. They're picking off kills in spots where they're holding end games. They're fending off teams like Team Razor, and they're doing a lot with even two players if Rambo does get taken out early. So it's been one heck of a day, but it's still not over yet. We still have one more game before we crown the winner, and I feel like Blockbuster could potentially do that. I mean, winning 3 games out of 6, I don't think we've seen an open team do that in quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression coming out from Rambo, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because sometimes it gets punished, and other times he creates massive openings for the squad, and that's what he can definitely do. But this time around, it just did not work in their favor. They still got second place. They got a number of kills as well. But taking a look at our cumulative, now there's another word I can't talk about. But taking a look at our overall leaderboard here, Pop-Tart's still in that race up against Nestle Splash. Now it's pretty comfortable for both of these squads, as they have about an 80 some odd point lead over Team Rockstar right now. But with about 4 or 5 weeks left to go, Rockstar still have an opportunity, hell, even Applejack's a Cheez-It, to try and catch up. We're having an issue with our final lobby, so we're going to go ahead and take a short break as we get that all dealt with. And when we get back, we'll have game number 6 after this break.
Hey, what's up? My name is Stoop, and thanks to Intel, I'm always at the top of my game.
That for now, bubble out from Dupe, as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like he might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheez-It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Duke getting the knock. A huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
You want to zoom this in? I'm gonna do it.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude?
Esportsarena.com/shop.
Looks sick, Bundy.
I know. What's up, gamers? Honeykin's here. Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera.
We're doing a photo shoot today.
Stand loose. You're a goofy guy. Yeah. Look at that. That's cute. That's a wallpaper. I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying. What? You don't like that? Why are you laughing? Do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't take out a storyline?
It's the eye when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up?
Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Howdy, he said hi.
GameCube controller. Get out of here. What's this?
Phone and I just saw it.
Oh my god.
Like this and like you.
You get that on camera? Watch your fingers.
This.
Put the camera down. Can you guys put these cameras down and like actually help Kyle?
Come on, here, you can just take this. No, Brandon, keep vlogging.
Yeah, I don't know why he's thinking that.
We got Tyler posing over here looking like a badass. We got Kyle doing some great shots where he pulls back and...
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a whole vibe, Connie. Gaming, dog. Gaming.
It's always taxi.
Where's your camera? In the box?
In the box. Do you think the elevator's working?
No.
No. It was really dangerous. That was some Final Destination.
Yes.
Show us a picture.
No.
Hey guys, we're gonna...
I've been playing Apex Legends since day one, and I found it by just scrolling through Xbox games because I was bored one day and I saw Apex and I just tried it out and I fell in love, and it was just the best game I've ever played.
We'll see if they've been able to get the res on the other side. Good disruption with that. But Rolders, they will take out the dupe. Verhulst now is going to push in for the 1v2. Skittle Cakes will not back up as he wants to join in for this fight. The flank out as well, and they will be able to finish them off.
The champion that I play is Bloodhound, and the guns that I run are... My favorite two guns to run has to be the Volt and the EVA 8.
Now, and Verhulst is going to climb up on the side of the building to take the roof down. Skittle Cakes took a lot of damage, but he was just a distraction for Verhulst here. 2 down on the RCO side.
The role I play for my team has to be the fragger, probably, because I'm on the controller, so in close range situations, I'm always trying to output the most damage with guns like the Volt and the EVA. If you're looking for some snacks or maybe a new processor, head on over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all of your needs. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
Hey guys, welcome back to Series E. Thank you so much for your patience with us as we were dealing with the technical difficulties, but it looks like we do have everything set up here for the final game of the night, here for the open night during Intel Week. So we'll get into that very shortly. We noted, though, before we had to take that break that Benchwarmers are still in first place right now, but Tom, Blockbusters have been killing it all night long.
They have, and it's been fun to watch because to me, they're doing it in a kind of a weird manner where they're taking fights and they're winning these fights so handedly, and then it's like you can't really predict what they're going to do next, right? And that's a really good style for a team to play, especially when they're taking just, you know, smart risks and they're coming through and playing as a 3-team squad. One of the things that I love about them is no one's really off doing their own thing. They're all working around each other. They're all within distance of helping each other, and they're all taking angles where they could do crossfire, or if they need to double team someone, that's when they kind of get into that same angle and then they fight through it. So we've seen a lot of different styles of gameplay, and we've seen 2 amazing open teams really put the pressure on our partnered squads.
You know, definitely have to keep an eye on them as we get closer towards the end of the season. Remember, after tonight's games, we'll have maybe 9 more nights of regulation play before season 3 of Series E comes to an end. And so we'll have 5 of our partnered squads dropping down to relegations. They have to play through qualifiers, and they have to play up against squads like Blockbusters, who have been having an amazing night so far. They're only about what was it, like 10 some odd points away from Benchwarmers. So yeah, it might be less. I don't quite remember. So it's super close. Benchwarmers have to stay on their toes, and it can come down to someone going down early on, and that might be the win. But here we go, heading into the final game of the evening. It's game number 6 of Intel Week, open night here, and the open night, it's definitely living up to its name. Like you said, Tom, 2 of our open teams currently in the top 2 right now. Our partner squads are still behind them, so there's still a chance.
I didn't even know the camera could get that high in the air. I never realized also that you 1,000%, there's no chance of getting to World's Edge unless you flew by ship. So great view of the map right there as we see where everybody's been landing. We haven't seen that many 50-50s again. 1 or 2 here and there. Blockbuster was getting 50-50'd over towards the survey side. That team watched them win a game. Then they said, all right, we're going to try somewhere else. Well, guess where they ended up? They ended up over towards Lava side, facing off against Team Intel after Intel switched their drop spot up too. So it's been very, I guess, slow starts into explosive mid games. And then we've had your typical end games where everybody's kind of getting a feel for that final zone and deciding how they're going to go and approach that situation. And when looking at the zone, it's not going to be a super southern zone. It's going to be directly over towards the fragment area. So all of these teams that we've been talking about are going to be rotating in very soon. Fragment is one of those zones where you don't play around. You have to get into the middle.
Yeah, this 50-50 though for 6XZs. Down by staging. I mean, that might be that one squad that hasn't been able to find a home quite yet. As you can see, Nades, he's got that high ground angle right now. Crossfire set up as well. RKT actually getting challenged here. So we haven't been able to see the beginning 50-50s if it's been taking place right now. But RKT, they already have a blue armor. Nemusona. Alazura is sitting on, was sitting on a purple. Babasati absolutely melts him. Now Rice Krispies are fighting into a 2v3, bubbled down. They're trying to secure the thirst. The feed is backed into a corner. He gets finished off, but he does take down one with them, but he charges right into an L-Star. That's going to be 6XZs getting rid of Rice Krispies.
That was huge burst to the back right there on Nemusona, but ooh, Airstream Sports is coming in for the third party over here, and this is one of the fastest third parties we've seen. If that thermite connects, that's going to give away tons of information. Instead, it's just going to push them back temporarily. Is can't really find exactly where this player is without the scans. Nades coming in just to push them off the spot. But you have to lay down damage with the weapons in this type of situation. Who's going to be the one to open up the damage initially? Psycho is thinking about it. He wants to drop, but it will have to be a bubble drop at the same time. We'll see if they can time this one perfectly.
Yeah, where did they come from for this rotation? I mean, it's not thermal because you normally take your time looting. Good thermite out from Brandon there to get some decent damage off, and along with that Prowler. But Jetski It's melted there, and he's going to be forced to take that long cooldown on the Phoenix kit, as Psycho is the only one that can really peek for the squad. They're getting naded out and forced back, so whatever damage they did on the other side, really, maybe to nothing, but they got the knock. There we go. That's the opening that they found onto Blake Yu. It's a 3v2, bubbled down, full commit from the rest of the squad, and did Blake Yu just decide to run down this hill by himself? Because it doesn't look like the rest of the squad is down here, so very confusing fight here, especially for a squad that won a pretty nice 50-50, and quite possibly a third party might be coming in. Box of T does get the knock onto Brandon at the very least, but it's still going to be left to a 1v2, I believe. There we go. Nades gets finished off. Another fight, though, taking place just up north of Lava Siphon as Pop-Tarts are trying to force the issue up against the squad inside the building. Bubbles on either side, and there are caustics here, so Lion's got to be careful, queuing back very shortly to the rest of his squad. No, they try to go for that peek onto him. Now, Pop-Tarts taking a lot of time on this fight. They've got to be careful, but here they go. They're going for the entry. They're getting some great damage off. There's a crack. It's BBJ on the other side of this fight. They're getting some time to hit some cells. That's what the Caustic is affording them with the barrels here. But Pop-Tarts, they have to be fast on this fight, Tom.
1000%, and I love the angle that Lion's taking. He's even calling to his teammates, hey, this is a much better area for us. We have more surface area to work with. This door is bigger than the other door, and we could kind of jiggle peek through back and forth as Crummy's going to find one on to protect full. The problem is this Caustic. The barrels are continuing to add up, and now the defensive bombardment's going to be here any second for BBJ, so Pop-Tarts has to push in.
Another scan out for them as they're continuing to try and find an entry here. Mooney working on the angles as BBJ now dropped down low. There is the bubble out for BBJ as they push out Lions by himself, but he's got the coverage now. Z Davis starting the corner. Junior Claw falls. Now Pop-Tarts finally finding an entry here, forcing out the bubble on the other side as Z Davis just tops off and goes again with a bubble of his own. These Caustic barrels really slowing them down, but they've backed him into a corner now. Thermite obscuring a little bit of the vision, but he's got the Massive at the very least and did some damage. BVN answers back, but it's still the 2v1, and Pop-Tarts will be able to finish them off. Doesn't seem like any third parties coming in. They'll have the armor swaps to work off of as well. They just need to get these health meds off, and looks like Pop-Tarts finding a nice early team fight for themselves.
Nice job by Pop-Tarts. They're pretty lucky that Junior Claw did not utilize the defensive bombardment, though, because that would have changed everything throughout all of that. He could have bubbled defensive bombardment, and that would have bought so much time. And now, all of a sudden, if Z Davis isn't at the right spot at the right time, one or two of his teammates are taking a lot of damage because he's going to be the one that is stopping that defensive bombardment with the bubble. And you can see the way that they split up, the way that they were fighting, that was definitely a possibility. So Pop-Tarts, nice job, but avoiding a third party is probably the most important thing after a fight like that, and they were able to. So now we'll see what's going to be next in store for them. They are sitting on the bubble, basically. Nestle Splash, Team Splash, is directly behind them, trying to take over that fourth spot with just a couple weeks left of relegations. That could be going down to Team Pop-Tarts just winning a fight or two just like that. I mean, we've seen it come down just a handful of points, and every game really matters, especially on the open night when you can pick up a lot more on the pro night.
Here's Team Razor making the rotate out of Skyhook now, cresting the hill just outside of Skyhook. With this circle, typically, you know, it's things are going to slow down Zone 2, Zone 3, and 4 because so many buildings are alive, but it's still late rotates, and we'll see if they can really catch a building. Rockstar, though, over at Lineside find themselves in a fight right now as they do have that race pushing up. They got that knock, and there's one more.
Wow.
Quick flick out from Crummy, doing so much damage before he finally falls. Kimchi and Aves need to do something here, and there they go, taking out Obsessed, leaving only one player on the other side of this fight. You can see how cautious they're playing this one too, but Kimchi gets cracked now. Their HP, we got about 150 between the two of them, as 6 Aves is just connecting with these shots, but will not be able to survive for long. He gets taken out, and Rockstar survive. But will there be any lily rotates around these parts? It does seem like Aves will be able to get them off safely. They'll be able to reset, not have to worry about third parties.
Looks like they are safe for now. That was scary, though. I mean, Crummy is doing so much damage. He basically took out 2 players by himself with that EVA 8. Granted, they weren't looking at him because they were shooting at his teammates. But I'm wondering why this fight is lasting so long. Why are there 2 people knocked when Crummy just did so well? And again, it's one of those instances where you're fortunate to get out of the situation because of the fact that teams do play a little bit different in the final game. They're also playing a little bit differently based on the zone too. So if you're on the edge right now, you have to win these fights. You have to get these kills because it's going to be tough to make your way into Fragment eventually. Everybody's going to be owning a building. We talked about that earlier. And now we have Nightmare, who has been having kind of a nightmare day finding a spot to land. Now they have the turbocharged Havoc in the back and a straight up head-on-head fight with loot this time around. We'll see if they can actually take this fight in their favor. Doing a great job of walking down the balcony over here is Charlie, but it looks like there is a third party again with so many teams coexisting over here. You got to leave it to the experienced teams like Intel to not make those mistakes and come through on the cleanup crew. That's exactly what they're looking for.
And this is what the composition is really built off to play. When you have all these angles you can cut off. Oh boy, Verholst tries to go for that nade, but there we go. They're going to be able to finish him off. That was absolute monarchy going down. 13 squads in zone number 2 in typical game 6 fashion. When a lot of teams think it's basically the end of the night here. So the game's going to play out a little bit differently in regards to that. So a lot of these buildings are actually going to be free. So for the teams that are playing Edge, they'll find some free real estate inside Fragment East right now. Going to have to be wary, though, of Team Intel playing with that Caustic. His barrels are going to be an absolute nuisance moving forward.
Exactly. 75% of the time, you're going to see teams not take that fight. But in a game 6 situation where everybody understands the math, they're coming for that cash. They're trying to advance on the cumulative leaderboard as well. Teams are just going to make it a little bit more risky to try to get a little bit more of that reward. And Intel, they've been playing the same basically the entire time. So they're going to take that 10 times out of 10. And what you're hoping for, if you're within the top 5, is just one of these teams to mess up and show on the kill feed. And then once that happens, if they're on the wrong side of the kill feed, if they're on that right-hand side, you're going to be hunting them down based on the sound cues that you're getting. And that's basically what they're doing right now on the Intel side, just kind of waiting things out, barrel after barrel, trying to find the next team to make a mistake and fight so they can collapse on the third party.
Yeah, the two teams, every squad in the lobby are keeping an eye out for right now. Benchwarmers and Blockbusters currently in first and second place, respectively. Intel need to drop like a 20-kill game, I think, to like be able to take over Benchwarmers. And they have an easier job, of course, trying to secure second, but they're going to try and play for the late game anyhow. Again, this is good practice for them moving forward. Now, as they try to get entry into the train station building, Skittlecakes is just picking by himself. Height is going to be taken by Verholst here. They do have access to both levels of the train station. They're just moving forward. Looks like they think this might be an isolated fight for themselves. Again, teams are still committing to Edge despite seeing this circle right now, as it looks like Applejacks will get finished off. So we have hit our top 12.
One of the fun things about Caustic too is you can see if your barrels start disappearing that you know teams are going to be in that area. So you are basically locking down 3 buildings right now and getting information on so many different spots as we see young Pop-Tart trying to make the rotation in. Not every building's taken, but we do see a We the People sighting coming in and filling in for one of these final games for Splash. And he's always been one of the stronger ranked players. Also did a decent job making his name for himself in the ALGS and winning the LCQ, and did that with, I believe, turns as well. So it's fun to see him back now in Series E, and we've seen him here a couple times. As now it is going to be Benchwarmers. Getting the rich get richer over here as the first place team is going to take that drop right outside of market and just skedaddle back on into their building. Another team that's inside of a building is going to be Team Razors. So this is what you kind of expect from the top teams that are looking to get that dub. They are trying to get these kill points while inside the buildings, while still playing for placement.
Poking and prodding at the team across the tracks right now. They do have to worry, of course, about their backs as well. I believe Team Intel are playing here on Frag East, just off of train station. There was one more squad I spotted here, and it was Team Pop-Tarts. There it is. Mooney getting cracked, forced back, using that bubble as well as Z Davis, as the team was trying to get in on them, and I think that might actually be Team Intel. They have to be careful, though, as it seems like maybe someone moved into the train station, but they're looking to full commit onto this one. They understand that they need kill points here, so they're just going to go get full aggressive without too much information. And you hit purples, and I don't know if you want to go ahead and go for the full commit onto this fight.
I like the bubble that Z Davis did just because you want to make sure that your teammate isn't getting picked across the map right there. The third level is exposed to a handful of different angles. So dropping down to the second level is definitely the play in my opinion. If you're on that third level, you can get shot from so many different spots from teams rotating or even teams on the opposite side of Fragment, on the opposite side of the lava. So heads up play coming in from Z Davis. Now they're going to kind of be stuck here. This is, again, a tough building to lock down. It's even twice, 3 times as tough now that you're coexisting with a team on the bottom floor.
And it's a caustic team too, so they're constantly going to try and toss up some barrels, do some chip damage. They shrink your zone immensely. As you can see, they have control all over the first floor for now. We'll see if they try and make a play for that second floor up against Pop-Tarts once again. Going for those peaks. They waited out the Beast of the Hunt. There's the scan. So at any second, they can try to make the push up for it, but for now, I think they're just trying to get the cooldowns back up as they do establish themselves here on the first floor. So we'll just wait out those cooldowns and then poke and prod from the stairway. But as we predicted, though, once we get to this portion where the large majority of the ring is basically all over Fragment and all these buildings exist, it becomes harder and harder to play off these buildings. Their train station has also been taken over by another squad that moved on in, so they don't have that option anymore for themselves as well. So for now, it's all about just Team Intel playing it for the late game here. They've got the composition. They've been able to call the rings all night long. Just about navigating that mid game for them, as I think only 2 games where they didn't survive past like 10th place.
And just pay attention how, if you are, looking to improve in tournament scenarios, watch how Intel is not taking the fight directly above them. They're just continuing to advance on the map. That's all they're trying to do is mosey on forward, continue to own real estate. And now if they're going to take that fight, they have to do it extremely quickly and swiftly. But they do, actually. As soon as we switch off, C. Davis goes down, and Bercy's there as well from a different angle to try to lay down some cover. So I was not anticipating them to take this fight, but they did it so smooth that they're not even taking damage right now. Great plays by Intel.
Yeah, and Pop-Tarts losing out on one more as well. Mooney getting finished off. Razor getting involved in that. BDP playing off of the train station right now. Verholst is trying to make sure that that door does not get grief, but it ultimately will. For Intel, though, doing a lot of damage to Team Pop-Tarts, that opens up the rest of this building. So they don't have to play off the first floor. They've got a lot of real estate now opened up for them. But it's about moving these barrels to try and gain that height, and they do have the ring pulling on over towards them, so they're happy to be in this position.
And remember when we were talking about how exposed the top floor is, it makes more sense to lock down this floor when you just look at when you have caustic and the angles that you could be taken down from. It's smart to just take this area, own all of this, and then put the pressure on to Pop-Tarts. And that's what happened is Pop-Tarts just got caught out a little bit, I guess, too lackadaisical, where they have a scan ability and the other team doesn't, but yet Intel is able to find when they got separated. That's just great awareness overall from Team Intel and just showing why they're sitting in first place right now overall from the cumulative leaderboard. Splash, though, they're sitting in 5th place. They're trying to take down Team Pop-Tarts. They saw Pop-Tarts in the kill feed. They know that this is their opportunity to continue to add on points. Meanwhile, Madness is adding to that kill point total with double knocks, I believe, with the scout. So ridiculous shots coming in from Madness off screen.
Blockbuster trying to make their way into the train station right now. And if Team Intel know that that's the squad's fighting, if they go down, Team Intel would actually push out. Nades coming in, but Blockbuster do get their heels off at the very least, but not Markley. He goes down. Shroom picks up 1 at the very least, so it's answered 1 for 1. Now it's all down to save Sin. This was our 2nd place squad about to get knocked out, and it's going to be BDP that do the favor for the rest of the lobby. And so, with Team Benchwarmer still alive, playing off the bridge positions, picking up kill points here on the rotation, they're looking in a really, really safe spots to try and get the win.
And having a scout here is going to be so useful. That's the 3rd kill we've seen in just a handful of seconds here from Madness, as he's going to pick up 4 overall. Has the R9 in the back pocket. We know how strong he is with the R9. Now, it's an interesting situation. As you can see, Team Cheez-Its laying down a lot of damage inside of this broken bridge area. Mollis with the Prowler wingman in hand. There goes Nox, there goes finishes, onto Noct, onto Madness, onto Rambo. All 3 players now. You have to make sure they're all accounted for on the Benchwarmer side because they've been doing so well just ratting it out.
This was, what, top 7 for them, along with about the 3 or 4 kill points that they picked up. That's going to give them a nice buffer up against like Team Intel right now. But Team Intel, if they can pick up the rest of the kills in this lobby, that's going to be 15 points for them. Be difficult. Here they go, making another push. They've got a triangulated position here. Bubble's already been out. Zara tricky. It's going to be Kimchi Lee actually going down. Team Rockstar now down to a 3v2 in the Broken Diner here. Team Intel have been so good on these timings for the pushes. But now, take a look, Crummy on the building that Intel were playing off of just beforehand. Burrows goes down to Finicky, but they do have the bubble. Skittle Cakes will throw down the barrels for themselves as well as they go for that reset, and they'll secure these thirsts in just a moment. Skittle Cakes, you got to be careful as they fall back into that first floor once again. They do survive throughout all of that.
Amazing play coming in from Intel. You could see every single player and what they were thinking throughout all of that. Volhurst especially has been just phenomenal. Every little angle that he's taking, not only that, the immediate tracking Jamerson. I mean, he was in the middle of doing something, dropped what he was doing, hit that fat reload, came through with the Volt, and basically one clips young Pup-Tart as he was walking through. Just tons of burst damage from Team Intel, and they may have what it takes to take Intel Week if they could just pick up a couple more squad wipes like you were talking about, Jamerson. They were already down around 10 points. We know that Madness had 4 for himself, and they had 7. They got 7th place, so they're going to be rocking some more points. But no, Phony with the EVA 8 says no. Risky play. Tons of barrels. Looks like they had a backup plan. They're also going to toss the Arc Star against the ground, but look out. I'm trying to get out of here. Gold Backpack Res could bait some teams. Meanwhile, Team Cheez-It is pushing over towards the side. This is absolute crazy plays coming in from Team Cheez-It.
I thought they were about to jump into the lava there, but it was just a bait. Finicky chases after. Golden does answer back. And now as they try to push in for that final, you got to be careful with this Prowler. 1 shot left, and that's enough to do it. So we have like the res onto Finicky as now Team Razor are making their push onto Rockstar, trying to finish them off. Down to 5 full squads remaining, but not for long as Rockstar lose out on Kimchi Lee. Team Intel still playing off the medical building. There's a team up top. That was Team Pringles. 5 squads remaining. We got Razor, we got Cheez-It, we got Intel, we got Pringles. Who's our 5th squad in this lobby?
He's going to be a Tomcat Rat or something along those lines because it's definitely not full squads at the moment. I'm definitely with my Intel jersey right now, rooting for Team Intel for a crazy comeback. We've seen a lot of Volhurst today. We saw the, dealer steal, the interviews, etc., the growth that this team is having. If they could win today after being down and not playing perfect Apex, that would be huge for their momentum, huge for their confidence, but they're having to deal with so many good players, so many partnered teams here, and Team Cheez-It's making their way towards the top of this roof.
Yeah, it's Aves, the final remaining member for Rockstar, getting forced out. That rat has been smoked out of that position here, but Team Intel, they're in such a good spot with this Caustic. They just got to control these entryways for now. They've got the barrel sit down as well, getting some additional armor swaps to play off of. That's going to be an additional purple. That's 2 purples for them, so 200 extra HP in this late game fight. That quick swap can prove to be extremely beneficial for them as this final ring starts closing up. Cheez-It playing off of the broken diner building now. Bubble out from the team below them, going for the peak is Mollis with that Prowler doing some great damage. That's Hakulo to go down first. It's a 3v2 now for Team Cheez-It. Baby Thule will fall as well. Pringles stealing that kill away from them. If you're Team Intel, you know you have to get involved in this. You need to get these kills. They finish off Aves at the very least, and now we're down to our top 4. Razor are the ones now that are left to rat this one out.
Nice shots again with the Prowler, just leaving that player with a sliver of HP. I'd love to see a follow-up from somebody on the squad, but they're going to have to exit here fairly soon. You can see the escape route that everyone else is thinking through this little crack here as Air Tricky was the last person on Team Razor to be eliminated. Bubble is still in the hand of Finicky if he wants to go and use it. One bubble's already been used by the enemy team. There's his bubble to counter, and now it is on. Oh no, they're getting ripped apart by Skittle Cakes actually. That's going to be a great toxic gas right there as Volhurst is going to heal throughout all of that. Multiple kills going on over, and Team Intel takes the final game. Jamerson, was that enough points, though, is the big question.
They popped off, but yeah, did they do enough? They were down by 23, 24 points up against Benchwarmers. We also know that Benchwarmers had about 4 or 5 KP. They ended up with 7th place overall as well, growing that lead. So it's really going to come down to our admins doing all the counting here. We're going to take one more break. When we get back, we'll be able to announce the winners right after this.
I've been playing Apex Legends since the release. I was only about a week late into the release, and I started playing because me and my friend was bored, and we saw the game just came out, and we wanted to try it.
That for now. Bubble out from Zoop as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like they might be able to get this knock and push it for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheese It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Duke getting the knock.
The role I perform for my squad is the main IGL. I IGL with Skittles. He has amazing calls, so we probably IGL together. It's a co-IGL. And I'm a support / fragger. I either run in first with my Gibby Dome, or I'm supporting one of my boys with R301 from long distance.
Huge opportunity now for Team Intel to finish things off. It's the final 2 squads, and Team Intel will somehow sneak away the victory from TSM.
The main legends I usually play in competitive or ranked in Apex Legends is either Gibby, Wraith, or Pathfinder. I played them all at a high level, and I love all 3 of those champions. If you're looking for a processor, choose Intel at walmart.com/esports arena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
One shot, now the future is yours. Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme, the true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking, yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
Verhulst delivers on his prediction. He said they were going to get at least one game of the final 3, and Intel able to do it here in the last game of the day. A huge finish for them. We'll have to see, though, if that is enough to catch up to Benchwarmers, who were sitting very comfortable at the top of the standings going into the final game of the day. But let's check out our final player of the game here for Open Night, and it's going to go over to Skittlecake. 6 kills and 6 assists, just short of 1,800 damage, and it's been crazy to watch because I very much enjoy getting to follow every season here of Series E on who our top fraggers are, kind of what those big representatives are from every team, and typically we'll see a couple of players from the same team inside of the top 10, but Skittlecakes and Verhulst are both inside of the top 3. They are both the biggest contenders against Mr. Hakulo for the Slayer title here in Season 3, and they both play for the same squad, and that is part of why Intel has been so good all season and why they continue to compete every single night, is they have 2 players that can frag out like crazy every single night. And they've got Duplex, who has a ton of experience, brings great damage numbers to the table, puts these players in positions to succeed. So just Intel, such a complete team. I'm so excited to see them competing in ALGS coming up soon, and so excited to see how they finish off this season. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Jamerson and Tom will see the final results for our Mobile One leaderboard, and I'll be back to close the show.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Skittle Cakes, and thanks to Intel, I'm always performing at my best.
I'm Pop-Tart, just watching on from that choke, but Skittle Cakes once again with this high ground angle, doing some decent damage with this Rampage, but critical.
Yeah, Pollard does some serious work. Actually, our 3-1 Pollard is what I set my record with in terms of pub kill games, so definitely a big fan of that one as we see the L-Star 2X.
Just the last one remaining here for Charlotte Phoenix.
Hey, what's up, guys? If you're looking to upgrade your gaming experience, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena for all your Intel products. I play Apex Legends for Team Intel, and you're watching Intel Week.
It's Intel Week, and it took 6 games for Intel to finally deliver a win, but they have been amazingly consistent all night long with great predictions on the ring, playing the macro game. But Tom, did they do enough for the win? Let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile One leaderboard to see who stands up top. And Team Intel, just 4 points off. Benchwarmers do secure the dub tonight.
Very nicely done from Benchwarmers, and you got to give them a hand because it wasn't an easy day. I mean, so many teams showed up today. I mean, you could look at those top 5 teams and say that any one of these teams could have won, but overall, it was Benchwarmers. You got to give credit to Intel, Pringles, Blockbuster, Team Razor, though. Phenomenal showing of Apex.
Yeah, it's so close. You can see Team Pringles were just 7 points off from Team Intel as well, but Benchwarmers did just enough there in that final game, scraping by the additional 5 points they needed for the win. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of that final game, Tom.
And it comes down to, again, holding the bottom of this building, how they were able to mosey their way on in from train station, from the backhand buildings behind train station, all the way up to the bottom floor of this broken building where they had the caustic down. And Volhurst has been so smart, so calm, cool, collected, goes and hits that healing over there. Meanwhile, Skittles locking things down with the gas over and over again. The bubble from Dupe was very well executed as well. Just goes to show that they really wanted to win one of these last 3 games. We heard Volhurst saying, hey, we need to get one of these last 3. Unfortunately, they were just 4 points behind Benchwarmers, but then again, all of these teams played amazing, from the open teams to the partner teams. You really want to ask for any type of Apex. And we have our Pro Day tomorrow, too, which is going to be awesome as well.
That's right. Our 9 partnered squads will be facing off against 11 of the best North American pro teams out there, really giving them the run for their money. And so we'll see. Will the momentum carry over for Team Intel during pro nights? Well, we're going to go ahead and send it out and back over to the studios for Yeso to close out the show. Thank you all so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific.
Great work as always, gentlemen. Please give Jamerson and Tom some love in the chat. They crushed it as always. And a lot of fun games today, and the bench warmers come out on top. Congratulations to them, of course, and they continue to charge up those open team standings. Remember, if they do finish at the top, they secure themselves a spot in the next season of Series E. Meanwhile, Intel showing up on their sponsored week and grabbing second place. Strong finish to the day. Obviously, it wasn't enough to grab first place, but that still is a great performance to build on going into tomorrow, and they continue to widen that lead just bit by bit over Team Pringles in the cumulative standings. So great to see that. That was a fun night, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed all of the games as much as we did here. If you missed any of the action tonight, if you can't make it for tomorrow, don't forget we've got Final Circle every single Friday right here at twitch.tv/esportsarena, and that goes live at 5 p.m. Pacific time. I'll be recapping everything that happened in Series E and talking about some of the biggest stories in the Apex community on every single week. So don't miss out on that. And of course, we've got Pro Night tomorrow, 4 p.m. Pacific time. Some of the best squads all across North America coming to compete with our partnered teams for 6 games. You're not going to want to miss that. I hope you enjoyed the show. My name's Yeso. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again next time.